Alright, am I here? If the chat can hear me, I want to see a dog face of any variety.
I see it.
Too many frames. I'm sorry guys, I have a stable frame rate for right now. I think that's the donation total. That's what I read on the tracker.
The tracker should be accurate.
Do we have sound?
Can everyone in the chat hear both Mumble, game audio, and me? Alright.
Thank you for being our emergency restreamer, ZFG.
Alright, no problem. I do have to have a slightly lower bitrate than what is probably preferable, but it'll work out.
It's perfectly fine. I think I was lower than whatever test runner wanted to.
Alright. Okay, so what is the file name? Are we still going with Obama?
Yeah, it should be the same unless no one closed it and more people donated and it's changed.
Let me do a last minute check, just to make sure. Yeah, Obama is still the winner.
Alright.
Alright, I guess there's nothing to set up anymore, so I guess I'll just get started. Just starting a recording just in case this is a good run. Alright, so we are going in. How am I going to do this? Alright, 3, 2, I don't even need a time countdown, whatever. I can't press A. Hold on, before I start, I need to make sure something is right, actually. That's not good. The technical difficulties just keep coming. I will be starting in just a minute. I just need to get my controller working.
That's no problem.
Alright. Everything should be ready to go.
Oh, so it looks like Bonesaw is here to do donation reading.
Alright.
This is where I bow out.
Alright.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll be back to read more tomorrow during Twilight Princess.
Awesome.
All
See
right.
you.
Good luck.
Alright, now let's try to get this started for once. Oh, hold on. Reset. I didn't get the timer started right. This is very difficult.
All right, I'm here. Hopefully my sound is good.
Yeah,
Sounds good to me.
I think we have most of the technical difficulties sorted out by now.
Now I just need to fix all this stuff behind the scenes.
Okay,
Dang it.
the run has started. It's happened. Hopefully we can get the marathon back on track. No. Actually, I need to fix the mumble overlay real quick, and then I can actually get to talking about the run. Okay, everything is working, finally, I think. Okay, so this is Ocarina of Time 100%. 100% in this game is defined as getting all hearts, all Skulltulas, all items, all highest upgrades, and everything on your quest status screen. So, a few clarifications for those rules. All Skulltulas means that you must get every individual Skulltula. So the Skulltula duping glitch is technically allowed, but it does not count towards the definition, so I will be getting every individual Skulltula. Same rule applies with heart pieces. I have to get each individual heart, not just dupe them. And, yeah, I guess that's a definite. There are a few things in this run that are a bit debated on whether or not they should count for 100%. The two main things are maps and compasses in dungeons, and the cow in your house. The maps and compasses, right now they're not counted because some people think they're like less important items. They don't show up on your main overworld screen. You can only see them in dungeons. They don't really do things. They just like show you stuff. And the cow in the house is a reward won by you do a obstacle course at Lon Lon Ranch, and you get under a certain time, and you win the cow, and it appears in your house. The cow in the house was a donation incentive for this run, and I believe it has been met. So
Yes,
I will
it has.
be getting, yeah, so I will be getting the cow in the house.
By the way, ZFG, quick question. In this entire run, what is your favorite glitch or exploit?
My favorite thing, it's a tie between two glitches that are used a few times. It's between Weird Shot, which is a glitch to use the hookshot underground and hookshot past walls, and Hessing, which is a where I roll into a bomb, hold ESS position, which is very slightly to the right on the control stick, or any direction on the control stick, but usually to the right or left. And then I'm able to go backwards very fast and change my angle. And that's a very common method of fast travel, especially in like the middle of the run section. So those two glitches I find very fun, and they're both they're both kind of tricky to pull off. You have to have very good muscle memory to pull them off very well, and when they're pulled off really well, it's just really fun and cool. Unfortunately, Weird Shot doesn't get as much use as I would like it to. It's only used 3 times, sometimes 4 if I want to go for a risky strat.
Huh, that's pretty interesting. It's actually always a pleasure to listen to other like Zelda runners explain their glitches.
Yeah, there are a lot of... This game's just like full of so much stuff that's so crazy to explain. So this first part of the run is fairly standard. I just gotta grab some rupees, buy the sword, get the sword, buy the shield, and then I'm heading out of here. I didn't get the rupee. What?
Oh yeah, and by the way, anytime you hit just kind of a dry spot, just tell me and I'll read a few donations out.
Alright. So the first thing I'm doing here is not going straight to the Deku Tree. I'm just heading out of here because Kukiri Forest is a boring place and I want to go somewhere else. So I do a crouch stab against the wall there that pushes me back, and then I talk to the guy in the middle of the crouch stab, and it pushes me through him, so I get inside of him and then into his little circle of invisible barrier thing, and then I roll under his legs and get out of the forest.
Do you
And
want
yes,
to explain?
I tried to make that as innuendo sounding as possible on purpose. It's always a good one to explain like that. Get inside of the guy and go under his legs. What is the 100% plus cow and house world record? You are watching it.
Damn, get hype, everybody.
So the reason I don't go straight to the Deku Tree is I want to get a bottle, which is going to make the Deku Tree go a lot faster. Well, not specifically the Deku Tree, but stuff after the Deku Tree will go much faster. So going straight to the Deku Tree right now is not a very good idea. I'd be a bit under-equipped, it'd be kind of slow. So I want to get some stuff before going in there. I forgot to tweet about my run, I need to do that. Like in the next few minutes. Yeah, right now the cow is not required for 100% because it doesn't appear in your inventory, it just appears in your house.
Basically, there are a lot of overworld type things that aren't included. Like, you don't have to plant all the beans either. It's kind of just stuff that shows up in your quest screen or your pause menus.
Unfortunately, the way this game is designed, there's no like single thing you can easily use to define 100%. So you kind of have to like pick and choose what seems like it should be required and what doesn't seem like it should be required. A game like most games with percent counters don't have that problem. There's also Majora's Mask is actually very lucky and has the definition based on just everything you keep when you go back in time, which is the closest thing you can get to a percent counter. So it has a very clear definition. Unfortunately, OFE doesn't have something like that. So the definition is always going to be debatable, unfortunately. But the category is always really fun. So right now I'm collecting the Cuckoos to get the bottle from the Cuckoo Lady. And that's both required for 100% and it'll save me quite a bit of time very soon.
It's kind of interesting that 100% and any percent both start off very similar.
Yeah, a lot of categories actually do, because the very beginning of the game has... Wow. The very beginning of the game has many things that are just like make any category really fast. I'll explain a little bit more of that when I get there. For anyone who hasn't seen this before, I don't want to spoil what goes on. $10-minute bottle exactly. That's pretty good.
How many people do you have come into your stream and say that they're absolutely blown away at the time it takes for you to collect all of the cuckoos? Because that's what I'm feeling right now.
The cuckoos, surprisingly not. I don't get a lot of comments about the cuckoos. But
It took me so long to get all of them.
Yeah, but the run overall, wow. The run overall happens a lot, but the cuckoos, no one seems to care about.
I care. Save the animals.
Wow, my controller feels kind of weird. I do have splits going. I'm not showing them on stream though. If it happens to be good, I might maybe the splits will make a special appearance every now and then. Shaden does have better cuckoos. He is truly the cockmaster.
Okay, so as it turns out, the only run after your run left before Test Runner is supposed to get back is Oracle of Seasons. So hopefully either you or Fino can do that. It's
Alright.
like 2 hours.
I actually wouldn't be too troubled with having to restream that as well, because I'm actually pretty interested in that run. So it wouldn't be a problem if I have to do it.
Okay, good.
Also, yeah, we still have a few challenges going on. Most of them have already been met. Good job, guys. The 3 that we actually have left are the Link's Awakening DX glitched bonus game, which has a goal of $150 is raised 75. The Legend of Zelda Second Quest bonus game, which is raised $129, 2 cents out of 200. And the Oracle of Ages screen warp glitch, which hasn't actually raised any money. It's got a $100 goal, so get those donations in if you want to see those.
By the way, is anyone in here doing donation tracking right now, or is it just commentators? No one?
I am doing the tracking.
Oh, I was wondering if it's possible to add a late donation incentive, or if it would be too much trouble.
I can take care of that.
Alright, I was wondering, during the Dampe Heart piece, normally on my stream I play a certain song many people in the chat might know about. I was thinking we could have a donation incentive to play that song when I get there.
Sure.
How much?
Yeah,
let's
that's
put
the
it-
question.
How much does the chat think it's worth? How about 200? You guys gotta raise $200 before I get to Dampe.
I see a 500.
500. Alright, let's go
I'm
with
seeing a
500.
lot of, like,
we'll
200s.
challenge the chat.
Alright. far into the run is that?
That's about 3 hours in.
Alright. Plenty of time.
Yeah.
The challenge mode. Get those donations in chat.
Alright, so what I just did there was a mega side hop. I did a roll, had the Deku Baba hit my shield, and then I did a side hop, and then that hitting my shield while side hopping made me get a huge amount of speed backwards, and I was able to skip the basement. And then when you do a basement skip like that, the web that blocks the lower basement doesn't load properly, so I was able to just grab the ledge and completely skip the web. And that allowed me to get to Goma very fast.
Alright, it's been added. Should show up within 5 minutes.
Alright, you guys better get your donations in. This song is pretty good. And it helps me with my luck manipulation.
Oh damn, you heard the man.
Alright, so what that right there was I used Goma to clip through the door. And the reason I need to do this is I'm going to do a glitch in just a minute, and to do that I need to have the door gone. And the only way to make the door go away is to exit and re-enter the room after Goma is dead. So by getting through the wall and then killing Goma, I can just leave the room like this. And then head back in, and the door is gone. And now for the wrong warp. For this, I'm going to dump my bugs and then catch it. And then using this, I can do a glitch called Ocarina items. Like this. This allows me to gain control while the small animation of the blue warp taking Link up is going. And then while I have control, I'm going to go into this hallway and exit the door. And when I exit the door, I'm going to be in Ganon's castle. And so basically, the game tried to start a cutscene at the same time that I was exiting the room and loading the basement of the Deku Tree. And it tried to start the cutscene in the wrong area, and because of that, when it does that, it adds a value to a wrong place, and then that wrong value ends up being Ganon's castle, particularly the escape part. So then I save I save and quit to get down to the main area of Ganon's castle, and then I'm going here in the Spirit Trial. This is the Spirit Temple section of the inside of Ganon's castle, and I need to collect these rupees to open the next door, because the next door has a very important item. Wow, I'm getting destroyed. Pretty much the most important item in the game. Wow. And this is Bomb Chews. Bomb Chews are an item that's very rarely used in casual playthroughs, but in speedruns it's pretty much like the god item. Because getting Bomb Chews early, first of all, there are tons of glitches that involve explosives, bombs, or Bomb Chews. Second, it allows you to access a lot of items very early. You can skip, normally to get bombs you would need to get Saria's Song and then Goron Bracelet, and then go through Dodongo's Cavern slowly, and no one wants to do that in a speedrun. So Bomb Chews are a pretty amazing item.
I'm sorry to inform you, ZFG, but I do not think that this run is approved by Kotaku.
Wow. That's too bad.
I know.
Oh god, what did I just do? I misjudged the guard's position. Normally, what I do for the guards is I judge their position by the direction they're looking in, and I thought I was okay, and I wasn't.
Blame Kotaku.
Alright, that wasn't that bad. If I got caught a second time, that would have been very, very bad. If you get caught a second time, basically, the guard, the area I just went through, if you come in at night, there are 2 guards blocking the very beginning of it, and there's no way to get past them, so if you enter at night, you cannot get past the guards, and if you fail twice, it turns night, so I was lucky there. Why is ZFG doing this run and not the world record holder? We couldn't get in contact with me. He's a Japanese runner and he may use odd English, so it was hard to get in contact with him, so I'm like the last resort guy.
Meek has all the world records.
Runner guy is the super last resort guy.
Is it okay if I just read the couple of donations?
Oh yeah, this is the perfect time.
All right, we have $10 from Bernard Hijank. I really hope I pronounced that right. Hey guys, the next $10 is here. So my last one did go through. Ah well, I'll get another 10 in for this run. Good luck to Frank or ZFG on the run. Also, the chat can guess what? Kappa. And we have another $10 donation from Robert McLeod, who says, anyone know if this is possible in Skyward Sword? I've never played the game myself.
I think he might be referring to one of the file names.
Yeah, he's referring to the dog emoji. And yes, the dog
okay,
is
'cause I was
possible to
wondering.
do in the Skyward Sword.
Yeah, the duck is gonna happen.
Oh man, we're getting 2 ducks as file names. I think I can increase the size of the timer. Does that look better on the timer?
It looks fine to me.
Yeah, it looks good.
Do you want to explain why you took damage, CFG?
Oh, right. So when I was exiting Ganon's castle, I took some damage from the Beamos and the Floor Razors. Coming up, I'm gonna kill myself intentionally. It's gonna actually happen a lot in this run. Basically, there are certain cutscenes where you can start at the same time you die, and when you do that, the game over screen takes priority over the cutscene. So you can end up getting out of the cutscene early, but you get the item important from the cutscene when it starts. So like right here, as soon as I entered that cutscene where I learned Zelda's Lullaby from Impa, it gave me Zelda's Lullaby, so I now have Zelda's Lullaby. But I was able to interrupt it by dying, so I can skip the cutscene. This run is not approved thing is a joke. Basically, if you've ever seen a speedrun article on Kotaku or any like gaming news site and you read the comments, it makes speedrunners sad. So now that I have Bomb Shoes and Zelda's Lullaby, those are 2 of the most important items I can have right now. I'm done being child and I'm just going to go straight to adult. You normally need the Ocarina of Time and the 3 spiritual stones to get the Master Sword and become adult. But this is Ocarina of Time and we don't care about restrictions. So I'm just going to jump through the door and jump slash past it. Alright then, now I'm adult. The deck doesn't work on JP. That's too bad. I guess everyone needs to donate for English for Skyward Sword then.
Actually, yeah. Oracle of Seasons is coming up. You guys have a choice of a file name for that as well, of 5 characters. Currently, there are no file names yet for that, so you guys can donate for an Oracle of Seasons file name. Also, Skyward Sword, any percent is coming up after that as well, and you guys can donate for a file name of 8 characters there. And the game language, either English or Japanese. Right now, English and Japanese are both tied with $50, and the file name for Skyward Sword is currently I'm Gay with $10.
Good file
So there
name.
you have it. Yeah, it's I'm Gay.
That was a single donation, I think.
It was. Oh, great. All right. You heard it here first. I'm gay.
Alrighty then.
I'm seeing other file names with more than $10.
Here, let me check in. Oh, yeah. All right. There we go. Zfg1 actually is at $30, so that is winning. Okay, scratch that. I'm Gay is not winning anymore. The Duck is actually at $22.25 in second place, and Groose is in first place with $30.
So since I became adult so early, I just want to clarify a few things. First of all, I did skip the 2 other child dungeons, Drango's Cavern and Jabu. I did not skip them entirely though, I'm just putting them off until later. So anything that you think I might be skipping, though it should be required, I will eventually get. It's just faster to get later, once I'm more equipped, have more items. Just for faster travel, faster execution, stuff like that, more glitches. And another thing I want to talk about, a lot of people... Actually, before I get to that, the reason I have to do Child in 2 sections, no matter what, is there are a few things I need to get that I can only get as Child, and it requires an item that you can only get as adult. The best example is the frogs in Zora's River. To get 2 heart pieces from the frogs, you need to have Song of Storms, and you can only get Song of Storms as adult. Same with another Skulltula in Hyrule Castle. So there are a few things that I need to go back in time for no matter what. So that's why I have to do 2 child sections and 2 adult sections.
I'm surprised no one's figured out how to get the Song of Storms as a child.
I actually think... No, never mind. I was gonna say maybe with RBA, but now that would only delete it.
It's
Teach
kind of
me how to
interesting.
Zelda.
all of the like route. There are quite a few route options you could take trying to figure out how to get everything here, and some of the stuff we drafted up early and a few years ago, it just turned out that you know, having a very short child one section, getting only the necessary things, and then hammering out a bunch of things as an adult was faster. Like, there were some routes where maybe you did a whole bunch of child stuff and then had a very short second child section. But when we tested that, it ended up not being faster.
Yeah, a big reason short child section is the fastest is because of more warp songs. If you try to do everything in like one early child section, you can't get any of the warp songs except for the Requiem of the Spirit as child, and the Requiem of the Spirit has no use whatsoever in like speeding anything up if you're already child. So having warp songs like Serenade, Minuet, Bolero, Prelude especially, speed up so much stuff. And also, a big reason we finally figured that out, a lot of you might know about the Deku-Nut upgrade glitch. It's a bit of a misconception, but it's a widely known one on the internet. There's a Deku-Nut upgrade you get from Deku Scrubs in the Lost Woods, and it's a common misconception that this upgrade can only be gotten before you become adult for the first time. And this is both true and not true. It is true that the Deku-Nut upgrade is missable. However, the cause of it is not becoming adult. It's getting the Poacher's Saw, oddly enough. And the reason is they just made an accident when programming the Poacher's Saw, and it set off a certain flag. Basically, when you get the Poacher's Saw, it sets off a flag to change the state of the Lost Woods so that the guy you give the Poacher's Saw to is not there anymore. But they accidentally set the same flag for the Deku-Nut upgrade, so kind of messed up there, and that causes the Deku-Nut upgrade to not appear. So one reason we originally couldn't have a quick Child 1 section was because of that. We thought that upgrade was caused by becoming adult, so we had to get that upgrade before becoming adult. And then once we figured out that wasn't true, that opened up a lot of possibilities for the run. And also, that's a little PSA for anyone that wants to 100% this game and is always scared about that Deku-Nut upgrade glitch. So, now that you know that, don't be afraid to become adult. You just have to avoid the Poacher's Saw.
Alright, this is just a reminder that all donations are going towards Doctors Without Borders. As you may know, there are too many people who don't have access to proper medical treatment who desperately need it. So Doctors Without Borders provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. So that is what your money is going towards, and it is truly a great cause. So keep those donations rolling in, guys.
What is the Danpei world record? That's a interesting question. The way Danpei works, the strategy I use for Danpei is the fastest overall strategy, and with this strategy, the best time anyone has gotten is a 46, I believe, and I just got a 47 there, which is actually pretty good. But there actually are ways to get lower times on Danpei, but the overall time ends up being slower. For example, I can demonstrate it right here. Right here, there's 3 paths that branch off. If you take the left path, you can actually get a time that's about 1 second faster, but you'll actually lose time at the end because Danpei takes longer to get to a spot where you can talk to him. So that's why we take the upper path. It's slower in the race, but faster overall. And there's also some glitches you can do to delay or stop the time completely. so you can get a time of 0, but that ends up taking like 10 times as long for the overall run. So you don't want to get a time of 0. Basically, if you get a time of 0, you're very slow. So here is a glitch that always gets a lot of people. So I need to get to the Shadow Temple right now. So what I'm going to do is, I got ISG there, that prevents me, that's the infinite sword glitch that prevents me from falling. I'm going to do a super slide here, have the bomb shoe hit my shield as soon as I try to grab a piece of grass while also shielding and rolling. Then the super slide takes me up the slope of the graveyard, and then when I let go of the super slide by letting go of my shield, Link wants to go grab that piece of grass that I super slid off of. But right now I don't have any strength upgrade, I don't have Goron Bracelet or Silver Gauntlets or anything, so I don't actually have the strength to lift the grass. Link can't even lift. Wow, dude, that is so bad. I haven't done that in forever. I cannot believe this.
Oh no.
Well, everyone that missed the trick gets to see it again anyways.
Alright, here you go. You get to see it again. Alright, so I do the super slide off the piece of grass. As soon as I let go of my shield, I try to grab that grass, but because I can't lift it, Link gets teleported back to the grass, but it doesn't reset his height, only like the general position. So I get teleported above the grass, and then because I have the infinite sword glitch, where my sword is always swinging, that prevents you from falling. So I couldn't fall, so I was basically just stuck in midair. Alright, here we go. And this allows me to get to Shadow Temple early. There's usually a door blocking the entrance to the Shadow Temple, but the way the graveyard works is there's 2 separate areas, and only one area is loaded at one time. So what I did was on the high ledge, I slide hopped over the loading trigger for the lower part, and that prevented the door from loading, so I could just walk into the Shadow Temple. You normally have to light a bunch of torches with Din's Fire to open it.
So the lower area wasn't loaded, but the loading zone for the Shadow Temple was. And
Yeah.
you'll actually see ZFG take advantage of that throughout the run.
Yeah. The way, big loading triggers, things that turn the screen black or white, those kind of loading triggers, those are always loaded on any map, no matter where you are in the map. And this is especially important in dungeons. Whenever you're in any dungeon, no matter where you are in the dungeon, the boss room or the loading trigger for the boss room is always loaded in that dungeon. And that'll be used quite a few times. So now they have the hover boots. The hover boots are extremely useful in this run. They're basically among the top most broken items in the game. Hover boots are incredibly useful. In fact, they're so useful, I actually make 2 separate trips to Shadow Temple. One just to get the hover boots, and then I don't come back to Shadow Temple until later on in the run. Because right now, the hover boots are so useful that it's worth it to just take a trip just to grab the hover boots. And then I don't want to finish the Shadow Temple until later on, because there's a lot of items that make the Shadow Temple go significantly faster. Long shot, forwards wind, and bombs, mainly. When you have those 3 items, Shadow Temple goes so much quicker, and it's just a lot better to just separate Shadow Temple into 2 trips instead of 1. Even though a second trip costs a bit of time, it's worth it. Yeah, there are a few items that would qualify being the most broken. Bottle, bombs, bomb shoes, hover boots, sword and shield. Those items are all just broken. Hookshot is kind of up there. Hookshot's not necessarily broken, but when combined with Weird Shot, you get some good stuff. Hookshot is probably like the most useful item that's not very broken, I guess. Explain why I lost time by not being on 1.1. This is actually kind of interesting. There are 3 N64 versions of this game. There's a 1.0, 1.1, and 1.2. And every version has some very slight differences. Right now I'm playing on the version 1.0. And one change from 1.0 to 1.1 was that in the graveyard, all the graves you can fall into. On 1.0 you can jump over them and grab the ledges. And that makes it kind of clunky to enter the grave, because if you're running at it full speed, you just jump straight over it. And in 1.1 they changed it so you can't jump or grab the ledges to the grave. So if you run at full speed, you just fall straight in, which is much more useful because you can get into the graves much faster that way. But on 1.0 I lose a very slight amount of time because of that. It's not too significant, but it exists. And another reason I'm using 1.0 is there's a glitch I'll be doing later on that, oh my god, works on 1.0 and 1.1, but not 1.2. It's a way to get the eyeball frog early from King Zora, and it saves a huge amount of time, 100%. And because of that trick alone, it makes the N64 versions 1.0 and 1.1 faster than any other version. Mainly VC. VC is usually considered the best version for most categories, because it has the fastest loading times and very little lag. But for this category it's not faster because of that one trick, because VC is always 1.2. Yes, all Skulltulas are required. Skulltulas, hearts, items, upgrades, equipment, all that.
Do I have time to read a few donations?
Sure, go ahead.
We have a $5 donation from Maximilian Rainbold, who says, I love Ocarina of Time, and I really love this marathon. $5 for the Dampé song. Scumbag Dampé better dig this heart on the first try.
Fun story about Dampé first try. I was doing some practice last night, and I got Dampé first try in practice. And that sucked.
And how much time does that actually save off of your run if you were to get it first try?
According to my PB got it third try, so that'd be about a minute faster than my PB. Although I had to run a few days ago, get it 17th try, which lost about 6 minutes.
Ooh.
Yeah, that run actually, if I got a good Dampé, would have been a record and probably a run I would have been satisfied with. But Dampé decided no. That's one kind of discouraging thing about this run, is Dampé can just destroy your time. And it does suck, but I think the rest of the run is so good that it makes up for it. So right there, I sold my bugs. I'm going to have to catch something later on, and it takes about 7 or 8 seconds to sell my bugs and get extra rupees, but it also takes about 6 or 7 seconds to dump my bugs. So it's very slightly slower to sell them, but I also get rupees in the process, and rupees are going to help out a little bit later on.
Actually, we have a $25 donation from Runner Guy, who says, Runner Guy here, good luck CFG, gotta donate for that Dampé song, RNG manipulation, Craigasm.
Why, thank you. Gotta get that RNG manip.
There's a $15 donation from Patrick Hamdorf, who says, Hyrule Kid again. Yo, I heard there's no file name for Oracle of Seasons. Make it Susie, in reminder of the only played through file on my cartridge. Played by my mom. Hashtag Hyrule Mom. Lol. Let's get the hype train ready. Franker Z.
Alright, so now I'm in Dodongo's Cavern. This is usually the second child dungeon you do. As adult, it goes much, much quicker. For example, right there, that ledge I just climbed up, normally as child, to get to that switch, you have to go through like 4 rooms that takes like 2 or 3 minutes total. And I just climbed up the ledge. Saves quite a bit of time. Adult Link just destroys this dungeon. Goes so much faster. Especially with bomb shooters, so I can do things like that. And right there, I turn around away from the bomb explosions to reduce lag. Because there's so many bombs blowing up there, the lag is just enormous. So I want to turn the camera away so that it lags the game the least amount as possible. I'm actually going to save right here because I already messed up on my bomb shoots and I don't want to waste any more. And I have another bomb shoot trick coming up.
Actually, just an update on the Dampe song challenge. We have $64.47 out of the 500. So if you guys want to hear that Dampe song, you better get those donations in.
Definitely make sure that's Matt. The song is really good.
I'm hyped, Chad. Are you hyped?
So right there, that was a hover boost. By taking damage from a bomb shoot and then equipping hover boost on the second frame I take damage, it allows me to get a huge burst of speed, and I can get to that place with the Skulltula very early. And normally to get that Skulltula, it's actually a very long process. You have to get bombs, hit the switch, there's a certain switch next to the bomb chest you have to hit, which raises a pillar to go to the second floor. My camera. So you have to raise the pillar, and then leave Dodongo's Cavern and re-enter to reset the stairs, so that they're... Oh my god. That was almost a disaster. And then you ride that pillar up to the top. Wow. I can't. You ride that pillar up to the top, go through Dodongo's Cavern in reverse to that stairs room. I can't do this, dude. You go through the dungeon in reverse to the stairs room, and then there's some vines on the side of the stairs you can climb up and get the Skulltula that way, so it's a lot slower without that hover boost. So now they have bombs. This is basically the best item in the game. Go ahead, sorry.
We have a $10 donation from Evan Cooper who says, Franker ZFG, this is not a legitimate speedrun. You are disqualified. Kappa.
Oh no. Is that guy from Kotaku?
It is from Kotaku.
Dang. Guess I should just quit speedrunning.
Better quit while you're ahead.
Alright, so there I got the infinite sword glitch from the demo. This makes my sword continuously swing all the time. And one benefit of that is I can use bombs to hover in there, like this. So I'm going to use these bombs to hover up this ledge and grab a Skulltula out here. You normally need the Scarecrow song here. And while I do get Scarecrow song in this run later on, it's just too inconvenient to get right now. Wow, I got it in 3 bombs. It's just too inconvenient to get right now, so it's faster to just hover up. Although Scarecrow song itself is not a requirement for 100%. It's just
we have a $1 donation from Pokey here, who said, howdy y'all, it's Pokey. Just wanted to say, ZFG sucks.
I agree. That's a good comment.
I got your back, Pokey.
Someone asked if it's possible to make a save state on one version and then port it to another. If you do that on emulator, it's yes and no. It's possible. It is possible to put a save state on another version, but what ends up happening is you get Link's model is completely glitched up. If you've ever done or seen the crooked cartridge glitch, it basically is the crooked cartridge glitch on emulator. And it will usually crash within a few seconds of loading that save state. So while it is possible, it is not recommended, and you definitely don't want to do it unless you just want to mess around and see Link glitch out all over the place.
So you just skipped using the hammer there to get that
Oh
one
yeah,
token?
so there are a few red rocks on Death Mountain Trail. You normally have to break with the hammer, but by doing a few different things, specifically with that red rock, I just had to backflip into it. And my Link's hitbox got far enough into the rock to grab the token. There's also another one I'll be doing in just a second, or in like a minute or two. Another red rock that normally would require the hammer, I can just hookshot into it. Basically, the rocks are too small to block you from grabbing the Skulltulas. Yeah, the names in the corner is Mumble. These are all the people I'm talking to right now. I couldn't get a very good setup, so it kind of looks kind of weird, but this is an emergency restreaming, so bear with me.
Zfg is saving the marathon. The mumble thing is the last of our worries.
Yeah. The controller I'm using is a GameCube controller, but I'm on N64. I have an adapter that allows me to use my GameCube controller on N64. So I basically have it set up the same way as Virtual Console controls. That's just because I prefer the GameCube controller overall. It just feels much more comfortable, so much better, and the control stick actually works. Yes, I did get it from Raftnet. So, some people might be wondering why I left Dodongo's Cavern. I will be going back there in just a minute. The reason I left is I want to get the Blur of Fire here in Death Mountain Crater. And the reason for that is, when I finish Dodongo's Cavern, I'm going to end up in Gerudo Training Grounds and then go to the desert. And when I'm in the desert, I won't have, if I don't get the Bolero right now, I won't have any warp songs, and my only way out will be to save warp, and that's going to put me very far away from the next place I want to go after that. So, what I'm going to do is just go get Bolero Fire right here, and then I'm going to head back to Dodongo's Cavern. So I did a super slide off that rock here. And then I'm going to grab this heart piece up here. You normally need to have a bean planted to get this heart piece, but very easy to just super slide to. And then here I'm purposely taking damage, and by pulling out the Ocarina, canceling it, and then pulling out it again, I'm able to repeatedly take a lot of damage from just 1 or 2 bombs. And because that cancels my invincibility frames, so I basically take a hit, let the invincibility frames pass, cancel it, and take another hit, and just repeat that. And that's so I can die when I enter the Bolero Fire cutscene. It's the same concept as the Zelda's Lullaby cutscene earlier. I die as soon as the cutscene starts, and then I get the song. I don't have to watch the cutscene. And this is a cool super slide. I super slide through this cutscene where the Goron gets up, and that allows me to super slide all the way down the mountain. So now I'm basically right above Dodongo's Cavern. Normally when you do a super slide, if you hit a ledge, you're just going to fall off and cancel your super slide, but if you go through a cutscene like that, you're able to super slide the whole way. And this is the other Skulltula I was talking about. Just by like spamming the hook shot as close to the rock as possible, I can grab that Skulltula without having to break it with the hammer. And now it's time to go back into Dodongo's Cavern.
Actually, just a little bit of a reminder on that. The Dampe song is a new challenge that we have a new donation incentive, and it's up to $65.47 out of $500. So if you guys want to hear the Dampe song in the run, get your donations in.
Alright, so this is the last Skulltula in Dodongo's Cavern. And now I need a save warp. This will look kind of weird. The next place, I just need to go straight to the boss right now. So it seems kind of weird why I'm save warping. It seems like it would probably just be faster to go back through the room I just went through. And that's actually correct. It is faster to do that. However, if I don't save warp there, the next trick I do, or not the next trick, but a trick coming up in just a minute, will soft lock the game and the run will be over if I don't save warp there. Just because of some crazy OOT stuff that makes no sense because this is OOT. And so right here, this is Ocarina items. I use my sword as a fake Ocarina, and I play it as soon as I land on the blue switch. And that allows me to start the cutscene of the door opening and then gain control by canceling the Ocarina. So I can get to the door before it closes because it's still in the cutscene of the door opening, so it hasn't had a chance to close yet. And that allows me to skip pushing the block onto the switch. The reward for the $500 donation, that's specifically if you donate to the Dampe Song challenge. There's a certain part in the run where if the challenge is met, I will play a song dedicated to both me and the best NPC in this game, Dampe. And it's a very good song, and you guys want to hear it. And it also helps with my luck manipulation. It's known to definitely help my runs, and sometimes kill them, but who knows? Who knows what will happen in this run?
Do I have time to read a few donations?
Sure.
We have a $10 donation from Jarko Sirinen. Happy 12th birthday, Franker ZFG. Please play the Dampe song. We have a $4 47-cent donation from Salal, who says, Dampe please, also runner guy, any percent made my day.
Glad you enjoyed it.
We have a $10 donation from Patrick Cullen, who says, what up, this is P-Call, loving the run, glad it takes over 5 hours. Had to donate now so I can hear my words brought to life by Bonesaw's sexy butter voice. Keep it up, kiddos, and everyone should be donating to this awesome cause. Frank the dog face, or whatever all the cool kids are saying. We have a $20 donation from Kyle Gilmet, who says, Tuba Dude here. Everyone needs a little Dampe, please, because Franker's ZFG luck manipulation too strong, Kappa. And we have another $10 donation from Casper Anderson, who says, Dampe song, please, Bible Thump. Just a reminder that these donations are going to Doctors Without Borders, which provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters.
Wait,
So
this isn't right. I messed this up. Hold on. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to do a wrong warp. I have to die as soon as I trigger the blue warp, and this requires a very specific positioning. And that's why I had to damage myself earlier.
People are also wondering why you weren't using the Ocarina, and that's because you can't use the Ocarina in a boss room, so he had to use up his bombs to take damage here.
Yeah. Alright, there we go. That was kind of a mess, but I got it. So as soon as I cancel the Ocarina, I die. So this is a similar thing to the Deku Tree Wrong Warp I did earlier. I die as soon as the cutscene starts, and then it adds values to the wrong place, and I end up in Gerudo Training Grounds. And here in Gerudo Training Grounds is another item I need, the ice arrows. You normally have to go around, go do a lot of rooms, get a bunch of keys, so you can get to the ice arrow chest. I'm just gonna hookshot over there. Wow. That's a glitch called the weird shot. When you roll into a bomb, hold down and try to use a first-person item such as hookshot. You can get Link to do some glitchy animations, and one of these glitchy animations, Link is actually under the ground. So I can basically pull out the hookshot while looking underground, and then hookshot past the wall. And if you ever watch my stream, you probably know that weird shot I almost always get it second try, and there I got it first try, of course.
This is just a reminder that we do have incentives for you guys to donate for. Right now, the Dampe song is at $115.47 out of the 500. There are also a couple more. The Link's Awakening DX glitched bonus game is at $75 out of 150. We have the Legend of Zelda Second Quest bonus game as well. That's at $139 out of the 200 goal. And the Oracle of Ages screen warp glitch, which still doesn't have any donations yet, and it's got a goal of $100. There's also a few choices that you guys have. Oracle of Seasons, you can donate for a file name of 5 characters. Right now, the only one that we have is Susie with $15. The Skyward Sword any percent file name of 8 characters is Groose is currently in the lead with $30, and the game language for Skyward Sword any percent, English is currently winning with $75. Japanese not too far behind with $50. So get those donations in and donate for your favorite language or for a file name of your choice.
Go English.
Skyward Sword is actually one game I would vote English over Japanese. There's actually a glitch in Skyward Sword that only works on the English version in one of the dungeons. That's a really cool glitch. And despite the Japanese version being overall faster, I think that one glitch is worth seeing.
English can also do the duck, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that's even better.
A little bit earlier, Zfg skipped the Gerudo gate. Normally you need the Gerudo card. He will be getting the Gerudo card later because it counts towards the definition, but it's faster currently just to skip getting it and move on towards the Spirit Temple.
So you normally need the Lens of Truth to see through the desert, but as long as you know what's going on, you know how to get through it, it's pretty easy. You just gotta know where to go, and it's really not that hard to memorize.
Right, the path is always the same, so once you memorize the path, you're good to go.
Actually, no, I have not beaten this game. This is my first playthrough. So, oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Wow, you're pretty good at this game.
So please no spoilers, guys. Getting through the waste, or the Desert Colossus right there is kind of tricky. I always want to backwalk, but it's very difficult to backwalk with all the levers there, because you always end up targeting a lever, unless you get lucky and they don't spawn like right where they always tend to block your ability to backwalk. So I'm kind of low on hearts, so I really need to get those hearts. So
Wow,
right
we
now
have
I'm just getting the Requiem of Spirit. I'm not actually going to finish the Spirit Temple right now. That won't be until much later in the run. But getting the song right now is going to save quite a bit of time.
We actually have a $50 donation from Mark Glenny, who says, "Hi, runner guy and ZFG. Thank you for the runs, and thanks to the organizers for making this marathon happen." I really hope that went toward the Dampe song.
Wow, I failed the song. Sometimes when you try to play the song too fast, it doesn't register. That was definitely the game not being able to keep up with me.
It did go towards the Dampe song.
Oh, perfect. We have a $20 donation from James Comstock, who says, "Dampe, please." We have a $5 donation from Fred Dolan, who says, #BoneMom, LOL. And a $5 donation from Wavedash, who says, "Hey, just wanted to drop a quick $5 because I love ZFG. This is going towards Dampe, please, though $200 would be a better goal. By the way, happy birthday, ZFG."
Why, thank you. So I have one bomb left. This bomb goes specifically to bombing the Scoron right here. This Scoron is Obama. This is Obama, hero of the Gorons. And by bombing him, he's gonna give me the red tunic. How far you get knocked back is kind of weird. We're on a list now. I didn't mean for it to come out that way, but I'm blaming the guy who picked the file name. The guy who picked the file name set me up.
Quick update on the Dampe song. It is at $195.47 out of the 500. So we're getting close to the halfway mark, so keep it up, chat.
That's good pace.
World record pace for donations.
Right on track, actually. At this rate, I think it'll make it.
Alright, so luckily as soon as I ran out of bombs, I was able to just buy bombs from the Goron shop, which luckily just opened as I got the tunic from the Goron, so I was able to refill my bombs quickly there, and that's really good because bombs are incredibly useful in this run. So I normally do a kind of risky strat at this point where well, it wouldn't come until a bit later on, but basically I would use an expiration timer from the eyeball frog, which I'll get in about 10-15 minutes, and use that to skip a cutscene in a water temple, and then finish the water temple, but it's a really risky strat, I don't really want to do it for a marathon, so very sorry. Oh my god. And if I failed that ladder climb while doing the risky strat, it would have been over, so Definitely a good thing I didn't go for it. Baby strats. What am I doing? I'm forgetting the strats. I haven't done this in a while because I've been doing the new stuff.
So conveniently, the Requiem of Spirit is one of the cutscenes that sets the time of day, and it makes it evening. And right after that, he comes here, so it turns dark almost immediately, so he can get the gold Skulltulas in this area.
Yeah, and that obviously saves a sun song, which is about 10 seconds, so very convenient with that. And then normally,
Right.
to get into Zora's Domain, you need to play the Zelda on the pedestal thing, but by using hover boots, or you could also do a mega flip or something else to get past the waterfall, but basically the waterfall doesn't extend all the way to the back, so you can just bypass it really easily. And then there's also King Zora right here, who's blocking my path to Zora's Fountain, but I can just go out of bounds and go right past him.
Yeah, there are several areas in the game where they put what is essentially an acute angle, two walls to come together that form an acute angle, and you can jump slash through a good many of these. So that's what Zfg did there. He jump slashed through, and then once he's kind of out of bounds there, the developers typically were pretty lazy with water. They just kind of threw it all over the place. So there's a bunch of out of bounds water that he's able to swim up past King Zora there.
Yeah, specifically the water actually extends pretty much infinitely downwards. Even like really small patches of water. So this is the ice cavern. This is actually one of my favorite parts of the run. It's got a lot of really technical tricks, fast gameplay and stuff, so I'm hoping this can go well. If it goes well, it looks really cool. No pun intended.
Actually, I had no idea about like that water or how you got through those walls or anything like that, so thank you very much for explaining that. I was always curious.
So here I do a super slide right there. There's a really tiny angle there where you can, if you have a high enough speed, you can just go straight through the red ice. So by using a super slide there, I can just go straight through it and avoid having to, oh my god. Can I grab it? Hello? And I can avoid having to use blue fire on it. Right here is another place where I avoid using blue fire. By dropping the bomb right next to the wall and then crouch stabbing the ice and the wall, it pushes me far enough into the ice so I can grab the heart piece without having to use blue fire. And then another blue fire skip coming up right here. Crouch stab the wall, and then equip hover boost, and this gives me a lot of speed to clip through the wall, out of bounds, and then back inbound past the red ice. But in this room, I'll finally be getting some blue fire, but it won't be used in the ice cavern. Another blue fire skip right here, just jump slashing this rupee. And right there on those small rocks, I did something called a gainer, where I do a backflip while having forward momentum, and it basically makes me do a backflip forwards, and then I can get on those little pillars and then climb up to the next ledge. And right there, I also did a bottle dupe. I turned my Cuckoo into a bottle so I can put blue fire in it, because right now I need a few extra bottles, but I can't get real bottles right now, so I just put it over another item. And the definition of 100% does require that I have real items in those item slots, so those duped bottles are only temporary. I will get the real items that belong in there later on. But for right now, I want them to be bottles, so I can store some extra stuff. And here's one more red eye skip.
Also, what he did to skip the block puzzle there was called a ground jump. Essentially, if you kind of lock your animation with a grabbable object and then you take damage in that stance, it's kind of it's really weird because some of your items don't work anymore. You can't like use the hook shot. But if you try and backflip or side hop, it like gives you a little hop, and Adult Link was able to grab the ledge.
So here I need to take more damage again, get down to half a heart for another cutscene skip. This one's a bit tricky, it's a 1 frame thing, so I really hope I don't fail it, but we'll see. Okay. Got it. So by opening the chest on the 2nd frame of the bomb explosion, I die as soon as I open the chest. And then as soon as I clear this text, the Serenade of Water cutscene starts, and then I also die. And you get the happiest game over music ever.
Very nice.
And that'll skip the Serenade of Water cutscene. And then here's a super swim. By having damage hit my shield in water, I can go backwards really fast and then just mash Z and hold up to keep that speed. No storage required like in other Zelda games. No need to go slow or set things up, just go fast. Shots fired at Wind Waker.
We actually have a couple more donations. Is now a good time?
Yeah, perfect.
We have a $5 donation from Justin Rose, who says, I would like to put $5 towards naming Epona Bony Pony in The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. And this name I can't really read because it's got like question marks in it, but it's a $20 donation. It says, also Red Tunic, Franker Z, please.
I can put the red tunic on after Fire Temple, but before that I need to have it off.
We have a $5 donation, another $5 donation from Justin Rose. He wants the $5 to be put towards naming Link Skeletor in Twilight Princess. And we have another donation of $25 from Justin Rose with no comment, and a $10 donation from Jacob Lundgren with no comment.
So, with that silver rock, just a bit ago, you saw me roll into a bomb and then kind of clip through it. That's called a weird clip. It's a very weird name for it. Basically, it's kind of like weird shot I did earlier when I got the ice arrows. I rolled into the bomb, pulled out the hook shot, but instead of actually using the hook shot, when doing that, you're able to clip through certain objects that have non-standard collision. I don't really know how to explain it, but objects where you can kind of move up against and you move forward, but as soon as you stop moving, it pushes you back. So you can kind of clip through those kinds of objects. So I was able to clip through that silver rock and get into the hole early and get to that Skulltula early. Normally you would need the silver gauntlets for that, and I am not even going to get the silver gauntlets at all during this run. because I only need the max upgrade, so I only need the gold gauntlets. And that won't be until... Gold gauntlets are actually the very last item of the entire run, so I kind of don't want to get gold gauntlets and then come back here. That's pretty much the biggest time waster I could possibly have in the run. And then here is a really big glitch. When you unfreeze King Zora, he's supposed to give you the Zora Tunic, but if you hold the R button, he ends up giving you the Eyeball Frog, and that only works on version 1.0 and 1.1. And
Super
so
hard
that's
trick.
yeah, and that's why I use the N64 version, so I can do this trick specifically. This skips everything in the Goron Sword trade sequence from the Cucco to the prescription, which is, I think, what, 6 or 7 steps. So it skips a lot of trading.
Yeah, a lot of the adult portion of the 100% route used to be based on what adult trade you needed next, because you had to go from place to place trading those items. So by skipping all of those, you get to kind of work your route a little bit more optimally, rather than go around just trading those.
Yeah, and then I did the trick again, but in reverse. Instead of talking to him so he gives me the Zora Tunic and then getting the Eyeball Frog from that, I tried to give him the prescription so he would give me Eyeball Frog, but then tricked him into giving me the Zora Tunic. And then I gave him the prescription one last time so I could get the real Eyeball Frog, which I will actually use to advance the trading quest. And that warp with Serenade was on purpose to expire the Eyeball Frog, so that it would turn into the prescription, so I could do that in the first place. And here I want to hope for some bomb drops. Can the bomb gods give me some luck?
CFG, I think you'll be very pleased to hear that the Dampe song has actually reached the halfway mark at $253.84. And its goal of $500. So
like
keep
that very
those
much.
donations going in.
So right here, normally to get the heart piece in here, you have to dive to the bottom with the gold scale. I don't have the gold scale right now yet. So to get this heart piece, I hookshot the box, and then while the hookshot is going, I switch to Kukuri Boots, so that it thinks I touched the bottom without Iron Boots, because if you do it with Iron Boots, it doesn't count. So I just do it by switching to Kukuri Boots as I hookshot the box, and then the lad guy will think that I dove all the way to the bottom. Sucker.
Remember, guys, we also have a few choices for you guys to donate for. Oracle of Seasons, you can choose the file name of 5 characters. Currently, the winning file name is Susie with $15. Skyward Sword, any percent, you can also choose the file name for that of 8 characters. Groose is currently winning with $30. And you can also pick the game language for Skyward Sword, English or Japanese. English is currently winning with $75, and Japanese still isn't that far behind with $50.
So earlier I mentioned how playing a warp song expires the item you have if it has an expiration timer. There's one exception. If you warp to Death Mountain Crater specifically without the Goron Tunic, since Death Mountain Crater has a heat timer, where it wants you to put on the Goron Tunic because of the heat, that timer takes priority over the expiration timer. So the timer cannot expire while I don't have the Goron Tunic in there. So I can move freely around in Death Mountain Crater, but as soon as I leave Death Mountain Crater, the time gets set to 1 second, and I have to deliver the eye drops within that 1 second, but luckily I have enough time. And now I just need to wait 3 days. Normally I actually end up giving him the eye drops at night, which saves one Sun Song since it only has to change to day 3 times. So I'd only have to do 5 Sun Songs instead of 6, but it actually turned day like 1 second before I got the claim check, which was kind of dumb. So, a little too bad, but whatever. And I'm actually going to do 1 extra Sun Song here, just so it's night later on in the run. Just saves a few seconds doing it right now. So it's not like I miscounted. I'm not that bad at math. And now I have the Goron Sword, which is twice as powerful as the Master Sword, so I can do a lot more damage a lot faster now. And it's time to head over to the Fire Temple. So I Mega Flip down here, because it looks really cool and it's fast. And it's time to go in. Oh, did Skyward Sword get cut for AGDQ?
Yeah.
That's too bad. Were there any other Zeldas cut yet?
Zelda 1 was cut. The Oracle games were cut. I think Zelda 2 got cut.
That's
And
too
I
bad.
can't remember. I think, oh, Majora's Mask, like 100% got cut, so it's only any percent.
Okay. So right now there's still Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Skyward Sword, or Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Majora's Mask.
Link to the Past.
Oh, Link to the Past is also still there.
That's from memory. I think that there might have been one more. I can't remember. Oh,
DX is still
yeah,
there
Link's
too.
Awakening.
Oh, that's good. Link's Awakening is really good. So normally I don't have to get those extra bombs, but I'm kind of like at the threshold between having okay bombs and having too few bombs. So I just want to get them just in case. 13 is like the worst because I'm never sure if I want to get them or not. But in a marathon run, might as well be safe. So for this next Skulltula, I normally need the Song of Time to have a Song of Time block up here and climb it, but I can do this really neat jump right here and grab the higher ledge and skip the Song of Time block. And grab this Skulltula. That would have been faster even if I did have the Song of Time. It's actually kind of funny, when I was first creating this route, after a lot of new stuff was discovered, I actually, that jump a lot of people didn't like to do because it was just kind of tricky, but I always went for it because I always thought it was really cool. And when I was originally creating the route, I didn't even think of the fact that without that jump you would need Song of Time there. And so, if that jump didn't exist, this route entirely wouldn't exist, and I didn't even realize that until months after I mostly created this route. Or mostly did the changes to it that made it work.
The only other way up there would be like hovering, right?
Yeah, and hovering would just take a long time.
Do I have time to read off a couple donations?
Sure.
All right, we have a $10 donation from Matt Leroy with no comment. A $20 donation from Thomas Pickup, no comment. A $25 donation from Yups that says, I wanted to wish ZFG a happy 12th birthday. Also, put my money towards the duck for Skyward Sword file name because surely a duck can help with collecting them tad tones. Craigasm. And we have a $13.37 donation from Joachim that says, Hi speedrunners, awesome to watch this Zelda speedrun marathon and at the same time give something for a good cause. Keep it going and I wish you all the best of luck for the rest of the marathon and that there will be similar events like this in the future.
Alright, so what that was a big one-sword clip. By doing a triple slash clip at a 90-degree angle between a wall and an object, you can usually clip through it. I was supposed to side hop as soon as I clipped, and I messed up and did it kind of late, so I fell. But luckily, Furrow's Wind can save me. That room, by the way, was that I landed in the big unloaded lava room I was just in. There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. So you get to this switch early. This opens up this shortcut really early, and you can skip going through the boulder maze up in the next room, and just go straight to the top of it, and skip a few keys. So right now I need to go get a key and then go back to the beginning of the temple to get a Skulltula. So I'm going to set Furrow's Wind right here just as a quick way to get back here. That's why I entered and exited that room, just so that I could set Furrow's Wind there. Because Furrow's Wind always sets where you enter the room. So if I had set Furrow's Wind without entering and exiting that room, it actually would have been set back where I entered the green room, where I did the Bigoron sword clip. Oh no, the worst tuning. So this is another big one sword clip, clipping through that little statue in the wall, and this allows me to get into this room without the hammer. So I can get this Skulltula a bit early. I needed to wait to get it until now because I need an extra key, and if I would have used the key I got earlier, I actually would not have been able to finish the temple because I wouldn't have extra keys available. Iron boots, yes, that's exactly what I want here.
ZFG, I'm sure the chat is probably wondering, you do a lot of tricks that skip having to use the hammer, so do you actually use the hammer for any other practical purpose in the run?
I have to use it to beat Volvagia, the boss of the Fire Temple. Other than that, I think it has a use in Water Temple once, just for a hover boost. And besides that, I don't think so. So I think I equip it a total of twice. And once I don't even really need it, it's just faster. So that hover I did right there was to skip a Scarecrow song again. Again, I do get it eventually. It's just inconvenient to get it right now. So the best thing to do is just to hover up.
Also, when you have the hover boots on, you can hover fairly easily because when you backflip with hover boots, it kind of, your momentum doesn't take you as far. It keeps you closer to the explosion. So when you have bomb chews, you can just backflip and explode the chew. And because you don't go quite as far, your shield, it's closer to the explosion, which means it sticks it. And that's what allows you to actually do the hover, your shield taking that damage.
Yeah.
Whereas with the cookery boots, if you try and do a backflip without like a wall arc against you, it's pretty much frame perfect because you end up backflipping too far away from the explosion and the shield will not hit contact with that radius.
Alright, another big skip in this room. You know I have to go through this room, get some keys and stuff to go through this fire maze, but you can just super slide through it all. And then mega flip through this last big firewall. Like that. So right now I want to be at low health. 3.5 hearts is pretty much perfect right now. So this is very good. I will be dying in a few minutes, so that's why I want to have low health. But any lower and it would be a bit slow. I'll kind of explain that as I get to the boss. Interesting thing about Flare Dancer, you may have saw I wasn't using the big long sword there, I was using the Master Sword. An interesting thing about Flare Dancer is he takes more damage from the Master Sword. I'm not sure why, but if you use the big long sword, you can't kill him in 3 cycles with 1 hit each cycle. There are a few enemies in this game, mainly mini-bosses actually, that have very strange... the way their health acts is really strange. And so now I have the hammer. Now that I have the hammer, I can go straight to the boss. I can go down here, get in this corner. Use the hammer on the wall, and then I'm going to equip Hover Boost. This will give me a huge boost of speed, allowing me to clip outside the wall. Then I fall down pretty much the entire length of the temple, and then I hit the boss loading zone right there. And I'm now in the boss room. And I did take off the Goron tunic on purpose. I will need to die here, so that's why I have the Kukuri tunic on. Dying is very good in this game. In fact, I'll die a total of 7 times intentionally in this run. So I'm going to be dropping bombs on this hole right here. The way Wagia works is there's actually 2 hitboxes for Wagia. One is the one that goes flying, and one is the one that pops out. And the one that goes flying, the hitbox is actually stored under the last hole that it flew into. So those bombs were actually hitting that second Volvagia hitbox. And then that does the damage to Volvagia I need to... Almost does all the damage I need, and then I do the final hit with the hammer plus Big One Sword Jump Slash. And that allows me to kill Volvagia very quickly. Then I grab this heart, and I need to catch my fishy. And we're doing another wrong warp. And it's good, I think. I don't know. Did that work? Okay, good. Alright. So, the wrong warp worked, and I'm now in Forest Temple. Same thing with Dodongo's Cavern and the Deku Tree. Cutscene activated in the wrong area. And then it adds the values together, it doesn't add up correctly. And then I'm magically in the Forest Temple, because that's how Ocarina of Time works.
Welcome to OT.
And then I die again as I leave the Forest Temple, so that as soon as the Minuet of Forest cutscene triggers, I die. So same thing with like the Bolero, Serenade, and Zelda's Lullaby cutscenes. Die as soon as the cutscene starts, grab the song, don't have to watch the cutscene.
You mind if I read off a few donations?
There's actually one trick I want to explain coming up, but after that, yeah.
Alright, perfect.
Alright, so in this next room, there's this cutscene where the pose pushed the elevator down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to catch a fish as soon as the cutscene starts. Alright, and by doing this, by clearing the fish text, I am able to gain control while the cutscene is going. Like so. And then I can actually run to the elevator and go down myself before the pose make the elevator go down. So by doing this, I don't even have to touch the pose at all. I can just leave them alone, let them be, and I can grab this Skulltula that I need. Alright, now's a good time for donations.
Cutscene that is on a timer, right? Like it's the only time-based one.
Yeah.
Alright, we have a $4.20 donation from Malcolm, who says, "Just thought I'd contribute to a good cause and show a little support for my favorite speedrunner. Happy 12th birthday, ZFG. Sincerely, your friend, Boner Hitler. P.S. Franker Z."
Boner Hitler. Thank you.
We have a $50 donation from Lars Martin Gunnarsson, who says, "Here, take another $50 donation from me. Now give me the Dampe song already. Dampe hype, Franker Z." We have a $4.44 donation from David King, who says, "ZFG, you suck. I hope you never get 44444 Kappa."
Dang.
And we have a $10 donation from Joel Einerson, who says, "His name is ZFG and he looks so good. Chat and Bonesaw told me to donate, so I did. Dampe, please."
Alright, so
And
here... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just gonna update you on the Dampe song. It's at $452.48 out of 500, so you guys are almost there.
That's really good. Alright, so right there, there was a song of time block blocking the door I needed to go into. So what I did was I clipped out of bounds, went through the door in the opposite direction, which put me inside the song of time block, And then from there I was able to open it on the correct side without having to remove it. And this is a mega jump. There we go. By equipping the hover boots on the first frame, a bomb boosts me off a ledge. I can get a really big jump. And that allows me to grab that ledge really fast. So in this room, there's this big block puzzle you need to solve. You need to push the blocks a lot, so you could actually climb up the room. The problem is, I have no strength upgrade, and those blocks require you to have a strength upgrade. Even though the game says that the Golem Bracelet does nothing as adult, if you don't have the Golem Bracelet, you can't push the blocks. So the game's kind of a liar. So what I do is I ground jump near the corners of between the wall and the block, because there's a little, you see the ceiling right here is kind of slanted, so I can actually grab the block where that slanted ceiling part is, so I can just climb up the room with ground jumps.
His movement through that last room also skipped 2 Navi texts. If you go over a certain part of that room, Navi tries to tell you about the twisted hallway and the the wall master, but ZFG was able to just walk around them.
Actually, an interesting thing about the Navi text where she tells you the room is twisted. If you trigger the text in a specific place, she'll actually tell you twice in a row. Like the ultimate Navi is stupid and doesn't know anything. Alright, here I need to intentionally take damage. Oh god. I need to end this fight with half a heart. Okay. Because once again, I'm going to die. I think this is going to be my last death. I think. I can't remember. So this is another boss key skip. I'm going to clip outside the wall with a super slide. And then fall directly into the boss room. And now I'm in Phantom Ganon's room. So for Phantom Ganon, you need to find the real one in the paintings and shoot him as he comes out. The way to tell the real one is the real one is slightly brighter than the fake one. You can see more white textures on him. It's a bit hard to see on N64. It's more visible on other versions or emulator, but you can definitely tell.
Fun fact, too, the real one is the only one that makes noise.
Yeah. Runner Guy used that quite a lot in his line challenge run. So then I use Infinite Sword with the Big Long Sword to make my sword always slash with the power of the Big Long Sword jump slash. So basically every frame my sword is doing 8 damage. So I just get Infinite Sword glitch, hit him 3 times with the Infinite Sword and he's dead, because he has 20 HP. So really quick kill. And here is another death coming up. Another cutscene skip. Don't forget the heart. I'm going to intentionally leave the heart container here for now. I will come back for it. But for right now, I'm leaving it. Alright, that should work. So, again, dying as soon as the cutscene starts. I'm gonna end up getting the Forest Medallion, but I don't have to watch the cutscene. It's kind of similar to a wrong warp, however, wrong warps that you've seen in Fire Temple, Dodongo's Cavern, and Deku Tree, wrong warping only works from those 3 areas. If you try to do it the same thing in Forest Temple, Water Temple, Spirit Temple, or Shadow Temple, then you don't actually get a wrong warp. You still get the item from the cutscene. It's just that the place you end up going to is just the beginning of the dungeon, no special warp. And then for Jabu, Jabu's a special case where theoretically you could wrong warp from Jabu, but unfortunately Rudo is in the blue warp and she always talks to you as soon as you enter the blue warp, and there's no way to cancel that. So if Rudo wasn't such a talkative little girl, then you could probably wrong warp from there, but she has to block your warping. So now I'm heading back to the boss room to grab the heart container I left earlier. Here we go.
Yeah, a lot of these wrong warp or cutscene skips for the medallions are kind of funky because, in 100% anyway, because of the need to get that heart. So you saw him need to enter this boss room twice. You saw in Dodongo's Cavern, he had to use a ton of bombs to, drop his health down to a half of the heart. It's just kind of a weird situation where skipping the cutscene saves so much time, but in 100% you do need those hearts. So it's kind of a routing nightmare at times, but this is as good as you can really do.
And then for other dungeons like Shadow Temple and Spirit Temple, it's because of that heart, it pretty much makes it slower to skip those cutscenes. There's kind of a way to make Shadow Temple faster to skip the cutscene, but it's kind of complicated and gross.
The Dampe song has been met.
Nice.
$538.
You guys
Very
are pretty
nice.
cool. Getting it met that fast
Good job,
is
chat.
really nice.
Should have been 1,000.
Maybe it should have. So there's a Skulltula up here. You normally need to have a magic beam planted to grab it, but you can just barely hookshot it like that and kill it with a bomb chew. It's just barely in reach. It's really, really close. It used to be you could only reach that Skulltula without the beam plant with a long shot, which is really slow because then I'd have to wait until much later in the run to get it when it's incredibly out of the way. But luckily hookshot works just fine. And then I grab this Skulltula and then I am out of here. So now I need to go back to Child. And the door time is still there, but I can clip through with the big one sword and hover boots. And now there's a cutscene skip here. By pulling out the Ocarina, as soon as the back room of the Temple of Time loads, I can play the Sun Song in the middle of the cutscene. And then that skips the cutscene. But I still get the song. Now I just need to flip through one more time. And I can go back to Child.
Remember, guys, all of your donations are going towards Doctors Without Borders, which provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflicts, epidemic malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters.
So right now I need to grab this Skulltula. There are 9 soft soil patches scattered around Hyrule Child with gold Skulltulas in them where I have to use bugs to get them out. And then here is a kind of tricky hover. And I missed it. Wow, I got saved.
Wow, that's nuts.
Get saved.
Ah, I still missed it. I didn't have a good hover. I saved just before that, just in case that happened. I think. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Yeah, there's one soft soil patch that does not have a Skulltula, and that's the one next to the Bean Salesman in Zora's River. That's the one I don't have to get. How does Bomb Hover work? The way it works is when you have the infinite sword glitch, it prevents you from falling. And when you have your shield hit in the middle of a backflip, it takes you out of that backflip animation and tries to make you, wow, start falling. But since you can't fall because you have the infinite sword glitch, it just sticks you in the air. That looks good.
I had mentioned earlier about hovering without the hover boots. Obviously, you can't do that as a child. So ZFG is doing a few things here to make hovering with Kokiri boots at least a little bit easier. Obviously, you can see with the first bomb, he's throwing it and bouncing it off of the post so that he can position the explosion so that it does hit his shield. And then with the bomb shoes, he's doing like an angled backflip kind of move with it so that he's not quite so far away from the explosion.
Yeah, you use the angled backflip to make yourself, so you get less backwards distance and trade it off for sideways distance so you don't go as far away from the bomb. No, the song was not done by me. The song was done by a guy named Rip Brainslug. He is a really cool guy for making that song.
Would it be a good time to read some donations?
Yes.
We have a $7.41 donation from Matthew Hart, who says, You forgot to beat Morpho, and that Dodongo heart container wasn't minus 30 seconds. Rip to earn from Visa Free.
Yeah, so about that, normally in my runs I do on stream, I do a strategy where I actually beat Water Temple while I have the Eyeball Frog timer going, and then I use that timer to skip the Water Medallion cutscene. Unfortunately, that's a really risky strat, and if I fail it, I would lose an enormous amount of time, so I didn't want to do it for a marathon strat. It's just way too risky. This is way off. Alright, so look at my Deku Sticks right there. If those who didn't catch it, my Deku Sticks on my item screen said 0, but on my C buttons it says 1. I'm not photoshopping or splicing my video. That's a graphical glitch caused by having my fish in a bottle on my Deku Nut slot, and that causes, depending on the situation, duped bottles can cause certain graphical glitches. In that case, it puts a gray 0 on my Deku Nut or Deku Stick slot. An interesting thing is, if I had 10 Deku Sticks, which would be the max right now, I would actually have a green 1 and a gray 0. So it's not actually saying I have 0 sticks, it's saying I'll just put this random 0 image there, because why not? And then this Goron, you have to bomb under this tunnel for him to give you the big bomb bag, so I gotta wait a little bit there. And as soon as I talk to him, he will give me a bomb bag. Luckily, as soon as my bombs are running out, and that refills it up to 30, which is really good. The way this run is routed is there are a few places where you are almost guaranteed to have very low or run out of bombs, and like right as you run out, you get a bomb bag upgrade, which is really cool.
So just a reminder, guys, even though the Dampe song has been met, there are still 3 other incentives that we have. The Link's Awakening DX glitched bonus game is at $75 out of $150. The Legend of Zelda Second Quest bonus game is at $139 out of $200. And the Oracle of Ages Screen Warp glitch still doesn't have any donations, and it has a $100 goal, so the donation's in. Also, the duck is winning Skyward Sword file name.
Awesome.
What does ZFG mean? ZFG means Zelda Fangirl. So when you're giving items to people in this game, there's this weird glitch where if the title of an area is still on the screen, you can't give an item to someone until that text is gone. So right there, you saw me do a backflip. During that backflip, I pressed the Ocarina, and that gets rid of the text immediately. If I didn't do that, I'd have to wait like 3 or 4 extra seconds until that area title was gone to be able to give the letter to the guard. So that backflip may look weird, but it's very important. Shut up. And giving the letter to the guard, even though the gate was already open, I think it's because I already beat Dodongo's Cavern. It has something to do with Dodongo's Cavern or something. The reason I had to give the letter to the guard is not to open the gate, which was already open. It's to activate the Happy Mask shop. If I don't do that, the Happy Mask shop just isn't open. I can't get any masks from that. And I need to get the masks to get a Deku Nut upgrade and a Deku Stick upgrade, which are both required. I don't think it's just because of becoming adult and then child. Am I baking any cookies right now? Right now, my cookies per second is like 671 million. I'm a really good cookie baker. It definitely has something to do with adult, but I don't think that's the only thing. Wow. There we go.
What flavor of cookies?
Huh?
What flavor of cookies?
Oh, I got all the kinds of flavors that Cookie Clicker has to offer. So now I need to go sell the... Wow, bad angle. I need to go sell the Keaton mask to the guard. Oh yeah, the grandmas are totally taking over right now. The grandma apocalypse is upon us. So this is a really neat trick. By getting the infinite sword glitch before I climb this ladder, right now I still have the infinite sword glitch active, and when I hit this Skulltula, it just dies, thanks to the infinite sword glitch. So that's a really neat way to grab that Skulltula. Dampé will be approximately 3 hours into the run, a little bit before that, so 50 minutes about.
A reminder that if you donate $10 or more from now until the end of Oracle of Seasons, you enter the raffle to win one autograph Zelda print. It's going to be autographed by one of the runners on the marathon, and there are 5 available for this block.
So now it's time for fishing. A lot of people like this game casually. Fishing in a speedrun is really, really dumb. You want them to grab the line as quick as possible, but sometimes they just will sit there and do nothing forever, and then sometimes they'll grab the line and then let go for no apparent reason. And it can be really frustrating when you're trying to do fishing fast. And then sometimes... Vertigo, you want to tell them the AGDQ story?
Okay, so I ran 100% at AGDQ, which is a marathon in January that kind of also supports, a charity event. So I was fishing, and the first fish you catch, you have to go and do a glitch to get the gold scale, which ZFG is about to do. Essentially, once you grab a fish that breaks the record, and then you hold Z in the water, and then go talk to the guy, it gives you the gold scale. You can see ZFG just did it. But now you need to go and catch a fish that's even bigger to get the heart piece, so that you can get both the bone scale and the heart piece as a kid. And what happened to me was the fish I caught first wasn't the usual biggest fish in the pond. He was over by those poles. But it was an unusually large fish for that area. Like, so large that it beat out almost every possible large fish that you could catch. So I really couldn't get the heart piece at that point, and I just ended up doing essentially a 99% run where I went and got another extra heart as a child in the Gerudo's Fortress. But it basically added like 20 minutes to my run or something like that. It was really dumb.
Yeah, it's an extremely rare thing. It's only happening once. No, it's happening twice. Once during practice, which was actually very shortly before Runner Guy's AGDQ run, which was the first time I ever saw it, and that's why I realized what happened to him during that run. And then once was actually about a week ago, again in practice, which, since it hasn't happened to me in like 6 or 7 months, more than that, like 9 months, I thought it was like never gonna happen again, and it just recently happened again in practice, and now I'm terrified of it ever happening again. But that was actually really good fishing right there. I'm very happy with that. It usually goes much worse. But now I need a bomb drop. And for some reason these bushes never, ever give me bomb drops when I desperately need them. If these bugs don't dig in that hole... Okay, it did. There's a weird glitch where sometimes if you dump the bugs on the hole and it makes the ding sound implying that you did something correctly, the bugs will sometimes not dig in the center of the hole, and if they don't do that, then the Skulltula just doesn't pop out, and it wastes like 15-20 seconds. It's like the stupidest way to lose time, because you're not doing anything wrong, the game just decides, no, I'm not gonna let you save time. The thing that says sold out is, when I sold the Keaton mask, that's what is used to fill the slot of where the Keaton mask was. It means I'm a sellout. Yep. And those nuts I just got right there, that killed the extra fish I had. The fish is now dead. Rip in peace. As you can now see by the fish no longer being there. So I need to grab this fire and light all the torches in Zora's domain to get a heart piece down at the bottom. And then I'll head off to Jabu.
Remember, guys, we still have a few choices for you to donate towards. Oracle of Seasons, you can pick the file name of 5 characters. Currently, it is at Susie with $15. Skyward Sword also has 2 choices, one for file name of 8 characters and game language. The file name that is currently winning is The Duck with $42.25, with Groose a little bit behind with $30, and the game language that is currently winning for Skyward Sword is English with $80, and Japanese is at $50.
So for those of you that always hate watching King Zora move his fat ass, that takes forever, no need. You just clip through a wall. Nice and simple getting past him.
Dang, that's my favorite part.
And actually, the King Zora cutscene, a lot of people always talk about how they hate it so much and how it's so long. But a funny thing about it is it's not as long as a lot of people think. It's actually only 30 seconds long of him scooting over. It just seems long because it's so tedious, but it's really not as long as a lot of people think.
Weep.
Weep.
ZFG also skipped needing to get that fish there by entering Jabu through his nose.
Yeah, the loading zone extends very slightly out of his body, so you can just get in by jump slashing at a certain point. So I'm setting Furrow's Wind here. This is going to be for later on. Remember this Furrow's Wind, and you won't be extremely confused in about 20 minutes. It's just a much faster way to get back to that room. Oh, you know what? I want to talk about something. Everyone talks about this this joke that all the water in Hyrule goes through King Zora's area. This is not true. Half the water, the majority of the water actually, goes down from Zora's fountain directly to Zora's river and does not pass by King Zora at all. Please know your Hyrule geography. It's only half the water in Lake Hylia that goes through King Zora.
We actually have a $100 donation from Michael DeVries, who says, I hope RNG is nice to Doctors Without Borders too. Thank you very much, Michael.
I got the Mega Flip off the Octorok. That's an extremely important trick where you do a Mega Flip off of that Octorok's rock. It's really important because it looks cool and it saves no time. And we all know that the most important thing in a speedrun is swag.
I thought you were supposed to do a super slide off the Octorok.
No, that was the old stuff. But that's not swag enough anymore.
I see.
It's too quiet. Get hype.
The hype will come soon.
Everyone's saving their hype for Dampe.
Oh yeah. Dante is the most hype of the run. Alright, so a few days ago in a run right here, I got a soft lock while grabbing these Skullflow tokens. And it happens by killing a Beery as soon as I... Oh my god, I can't do this. It happens by killing a Beery as soon as I try to grab a Skullflow token. So from now on, every time I go here, I'm gonna be like the most careful I can possibly be to not soft lock the game again. It's happened twice to me. Once in a really good run, and then I lost a lot of time from the soft lock. Another time in a really good run, that lost a lot of time to a soft lock. There are a few things that like cost me a ton of time that only happen in practice. And then there are a few things that only happen in runs, and the ones that happen in runs are really sad. So, you might be wondering why I left Jabu instead of actually finishing it. I will go back to Jabu, I will finish it soon. The reason I left is... What am I doing? It's actually kind of a complicated routing idea. Basically, I'm going to go to the Deku Tree in about 15-20 minutes. And the best way... There are 3 ways I can get out of the Deku Tree. I can either save warp, play a warp song, or use Foro's Wind. So if you remember the Foro's Wind I set in Jabu, I'm actually going to use that Foro's Wind to get out of the Deku Tree and then warp to Jabu, which is a mechanic a lot of people don't know about. A lot of people don't realize you can actually set Foro's Wind in one dungeon and then warp back to it from another. And that's really useful for this case. And also, it seems like it might waste time to do Jabu in 2 trips. It actually wastes 0 time at all, because even if I did Jabu in 1 trip, that Foro's Wind would still be the fastest way to get back to that room, which is the next place I would need to go. So, there's no time loss at all by splitting it up. If you've got any donations, this is a good time.
If I had any donations to read, I would read them. So get those donations in, chat.
I know you guys got the Dampe Song challenge, but there are other challenges you got to meet too. Trust me, you guys want to see the glitched run of Link's Awakening.
ZFG is right. There are 3 more incentives to donate for. The Link's Awakening DX glitched bonus game. It's at $75 out of $150. The Legend of Zelda Second Quest bonus game as well. It's at $139.02 out of $200. And we have the Oracle of Ages Screen Warp glitch, which doesn't have anything donated to it yet, and it has a goal of $100. So keep those donations rolling.
So here, I need to get to near the end of Hyrule Castle, and there's this seam I can walk up right there. There's this really tiny, very thin line I can walk up to get on these hills. You're normally not able to access these hills right here, but this allows me to get up here really fast and skip having to go around some guards.
Dang, right in the childhood.
So that's the Skulltula a lot of people know for being the Skulltula you can dupe like infinitely. I said this at the beginning of the run, but I just want to say it again for anyone who didn't hear. The Skulltula duping glitch is not technically banned, but it does not fulfill the definition of 100%, which is to get each individual Skulltula. So duping Skulltulas does not help. In addition to that, there are actually multiple places you can dupe Skulltulas from, and that's actually one of the slowest ways to dupe Skulltulas. Well, maybe not one of the slowest, but there are many faster ways to dupe Skulltulas. So even if I did want to, I wouldn't want to do it from there. And the reason I had to wake up Talon there, when I have to get the Opponent's Song and the milk bottle from Lon Lon Ranch, I can't get either of those until I wake up Talon from from Hyrule Castle. And so if I don't wake him up, I can't get those two. Also, You probably didn't notice what just happened there because it's in Japanese and all. You can't really read the text, or most of you probably can't. But if you saw what just happened, I didn't have to pay any rupees there. Normally, after you sell a mask and you talk to Happy Mask Salesman again, you have to give him the rupees for the mask. What happened was because I sold the Keaton mask and then I got the Cucco from Milan, that Cucco went over the sold out sign, so that when I went back to the Happy Mask shop, it knows that I still sold the mask, but I didn't have the sold out thing in my inventory. I didn't think I had to give back the rupees, so I stole 15 rupees from the guy.
Beef.
Literally robbing the store.
Also, a little bit more of an incentive here. If you donate $10 now during this run, you will be entered into a raffle to win a Zelda print that is autographed by one of the runners in the marathon. So, keep donating.
Is the voice audio low on my end or the people in Mumble? Because I can't turn my mic up anymore, but I can turn the Mumble and game audio up a bit. Everything's fine, alright. It's just that one guy complaining.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me.
Alright.
There's always that one guy.
So now you gotta do some Lost Woods cleanup. Get a bunch of items here in Lost Woods. The first thing I'm gonna get is first a Skulltula from some soft soil, and then I'm gonna get a Deku Stick upgrade by showing the Skull Mask to some Deku Scrubs who think the mask looks really cool. And also, that was another bottle dupe. By shielding, holding the bottle button, pressing a button that I want to dupe the bottle over, holding Z, and then letting go of shield to auto swing the bottle, when I swing the bottle, it goes over the button that I pressed earlier. I'm sorry if that sounds really complicated. It's a very kind of complicated series of inputs, but it's another bottle dupe, basically. And that's what I do to get rid of the bottle in Ruto's letter, or the Ruto's letter in the bottle, because since I don't give it to King Zora, I don't need to move him or anything, so I just dupe over it to get rid of it. The sad story time. Alright, guy, would you like to tell a sad story and make everything awkward?
You have to stop playing first.
Alright, I'll stop.
Oh damn, we have a donation. A $4.20 donation from Nestor Garcia, who says, "Hey ZFG, you are an amazing speedrunner, and the next time you stream, I will subscribe. Thanks for doing great, and get a world record. P.S. Dampe, please."
Thank you. No, okay. Those bugs almost dug in too fast and I wasn't able to catch them. You want the bugs to dig in as fast as possible so that the Skulltula comes out as fast as possible. Why am I pausing? But sometimes they can all go in immediately as they hit the ground, and then you have no chance to actually swing the bottle and pick them up again. And then you gotta find some backup bugs. Alright, next part is my favorite part of the run. Everyone's favorite. It's the slowest minigame in any game ever. Well, right
The
after
best.
this. I'm actually going to mute my mic as I do this minigame, because I'm going to be typing in the chat just so I can... I'm really bad at memorizing this and not failing, so I type it in the chat, because I'm a cheater, so... Just so you guys don't hear my typing.
I assume this is not Kotaku approved.
I'm not sure.
They would do Zarya's song. ZFG actually needs serious concentration here to press these buttons. Wow, they did Zarya's song start again. Oh man. Aww. These notes are randomized, it's not preset.
Did you guys like me almost choking there? Even while writing down the notes?
That was clutch.
God, I used to be really good at memorizing this without having to write anything down, and then the more I started running 100%, the less I was able to, like, not cheat on that. Like, I've just gone senile. And now I fail sometimes even while writing it down. I'm getting too old for this.
Turning 12 really plays with your head, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Ah. I was trying to Hess the Decatree, but kind of messed that up. Oh well. My bomb count sucks, so I need more bombs really soon. So this is the second trip to the Deku Tree. I can go really fast through here now that I have bombs and boomerang. It speeds up a lot of stuff. Like right there, the bombs allowed me to ground jump to get up to the next floor really fast. And then here's the one place that actually requires bombs or bomb shoes to blow up that wall. Now, if you were paying attention earlier, you might remember that I set Furrow's Wind in here. And now I'm back to Javu to finish it up.
Would now be a good time to read donations, or?
There's actually one thing I want to explain first. Right here on this blue switch, there's a very specific position you can stand on the switch, and when you roll to the door, you have one frame to open it without having to hold down the switch. And so that allows you to get in here without having to hold down the switch with Rudo or a box. And then in this room, I use the boomerang to hit the switch from the ground level. You normally have to climb the vines on that middle platform thing over there, and then throw the boomerang from there. But you can just throw it from the ground with a good angle. What happened to Javu? All right, this is a good donation time.
All right. We have a $50 donation from Carl. No comment. And we have a $20 donation from Bonesaw577. Cool guy. Okay, this is copy pasta. So, ZFG. I always knew you had it in you to perform the unthinkable and excel in the most improbable of scenarios. All I, the humble viewer, can ask of you is to continue to challenge yourself and to always smile. Heroes don't back down from danger, and you, ZFG, are my hero. Thank you, Bonesaw577.
Whoever wrote that is a pretty cool guy. That was a pretty good one.
Golden wrote that. Golden is a good guy.
So here, well, if you pull out a Deku stick right before you talk to Rudo, you get some lewd images. 2 lewd for Twitch. Hopefully no admins are here.
This shouldn't be rated E.
Lewd.
Hey, I usually don't do that. I was requested by the chat to do that.
Let me guess, an older boy told you to do it?
Yeah, it was peer pressure. I am 12 years old.
We have a couple more donations. Would it be a good time?
Yeah.
Alright, we have a $10 donation from Hans Erdman, who says, Happy birthday, ZFG. And we have a $10 donation from Marion Mounier. I have no idea what that says. Please forgive me. This money was part of my college funds, but Ocarina of Time was a big part of my childhood, so my banker will understand, I think.
The reason I use bombs to kill most of the Skulltulas is a bomb will kill every Skulltula in one hit. But if I use the boomerang, it would take 2 hits for every Skulltula. And then plus the boomerang throw is kind of slow. So it's much faster to kill Skulltulas with bombs than the boomerang. I think it's usually on average 4 to 5 seconds faster for every Skulltula that I kill with a bomb. Unfortunately, it does take a toll on my bomb count, though. I actually should have bought some bombs right there. Because my bomb count is really low right now. And it needs to be higher. Hopefully I can get some good luck. That might... yeah. Hopefully. The names on the side is everyone in Nimble. This is kind of an emergency stream layout thing, restreaming, and I kind of had to throw it together quickly, so it's not as good as it could look, but it's supposed to highlight whenever someone talks, just so you know who's talking, but I couldn't get it to do that right away.
Yeah, the mumble overlay stuff for OBS is stupid to set up, because you have to like put weird folders in weird places and do weird stuff, and then you have to set it up, which takes quite a while to actually make it look right.
I think I can actually do something to make this look a little bit better. Let me try something.
The restreaming doesn't mean it's not live. Restreaming just means that there is a streamer streaming another stream. So
Streamception.
yeah, exactly.
Does that look better or worse? It shows who's talking, but it kind of looks ugly. I'm not sure.
Also, guys, your donations are going towards Doctors Without Borders, which provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. So thank you guys so much for donating. You are supporting a great cause. Keep it up.
Oh yeah, I should try to update the donation total. Let me see if I
while
can
you're in a
do that during
cutscene?
this. Yeah, this is during this cutscene right now. What is it right now?
3091.62.
Wait, what? It can't be that low. It was...
Yeah, it can't be that low.
That's
There's gotta
lower
be
than when I
I am
started.
wrong. 3815.71. After one refresh, it went down. After the next refresh, it went way up.
Good tracker.
Also, it's in Dutch, which I did not set it to be.
Comma, comma.
Alright, that looks better. Yeah, because of how this emergency restreaming is going, I have to manually update the donation total, so it won't be updated too often, but if you're checking the tracker, you can see the true amount.
Yeah, so for all those people who were asking why the total amount raised wasn't being updated on the stream is because ZFG is restreaming himself and he's playing the game, so he doesn't have time to keep updating it.
Technically, at this point, it isn't a restream, but whatever.
Yeah, this is my stream now. I can do what I want. If I remembered during cutscenes, I could probably update it more while I play, but I'm just focused on the run and commentary and everything, and I just kind of forget about it.
It's fine.
So yeah, guys, we still have a few more incentives for you to donate towards the Oracle of Seasons file name. 5 characters is currently at Susie with $15. Skyward Sword has 2 choices available. File name of 8 characters, The Duck, is currently winning with $46.45. Groose is behind with $30. And we also have the game language for Skyward Sword, English or Japanese. English is winning with $80, and Japanese is not too far behind it. It has $50, so keep the donations going.
So for everyone asking for Dampé will be just after Bottom of the Well. Although, I just want to talk about kind of how the routing works in this game and how much it can change. I actually recently, just 2 days ago, I found out that it's actually technically faster to do Dampé before Bottom of the Well and then do a warp song out of Bottom of the Well. I'm not doing it right now because I kind of don't want to do my first run with a changed route in a marathon just because something might go wrong. But I actually did find out a minor change like that, just doing Dampé first is actually faster by a few seconds. So there's a lot of things in this run. There's like so much routing optimization potential because there's so much stuff in this. Wow, that guy is strong. There's just like so much routing potential in this game. I think that's one of the things that interests me the most about this run is that I'm constantly finding new route improvements, just like everywhere, from small ones to big ones. And I honestly don't think we'll ever fully optimize it, but I really like how it can change so much by so little, but be interesting that way.
Yeah, I really enjoy the, if you want to explain that, sure.
Oh, right. So the boomerang, when the boomerang is returning to you, it will go through anything. So what I did there was I threw the boomerang in a path so that when it starts to return to me, it goes straight through a grave where a key is in. So you would normally have to light a torch to open that grave and get the key, but I can just throw the boomerang in a specific path and it goes through the grave, grabs the key, and I can get in and out of there really quickly.
To talk about the route a little more, I also think it's really interesting that kind of when we first drafted parts of 100% route, going way back to like 2010, you can still see remnants of that route in certain areas. It's just funny to see like how that skeleton was laid out and how over the years it's kind of been molded and shifted, and there's all kinds of different little neat things that have come up, and then obviously some big things that have changed major sections of it. But I always think it's interesting to see, you know, the old stuff that the original route did, and then all of the crazy new stuff that has come up in the past few years.
Yeah, it's really interesting how this run is probably like the most complex routing I've ever seen in any kind of run like this. Just it can change so much, but it can still have like old stuff that continues to be very useful, even though so much has changed. It's really interesting. The way this run has evolved is really interesting.
ZFG, do you know specifically which glitches were taken out of the 3DS Ocarina of Time?
Okay, the glitches
Somebody asked.
The glitches in the 3DS version is an interesting case. There were a lot of glitches that were taken out, such as the regular method for infinite sword glitch, door time skip, stuff like that. And then there are some that were completely left in, like ESSing, mega flipping. So it's kind of a case-by-case basis which were removed or kept in. There's not like, there were a lot that were kept in, there were a lot that were removed, and I can't really just list every individual one. And there's also a lot that they're technically still in, but they have a different method of doing it. For example, forest escape, the regular method through the front entrance. In regular Ocarina of Time, you do a crouch stab against the wall. In the 3DS version, the crouch stab method doesn't work, but instead it has a different method where you slash your sword 3 times and you clip through the wall. So it has a lot of... It's got some new stuff, it's got some changed stuff, it's got some stuff that was removed, and it's got some stuff that was left in exactly how it used to be. So it's really interesting. And a lot of... Actually, I think the most interesting thing is it has 2 new glitches that are basically what I really, really wish were in the original version. There are 2 like huge glitches that I really wish were in this version, which is being able to use any item anywhere, including Forward's Wind, which is really the most amazing part about it. Being able to use Forward's Wind anywhere is a huge advantage in the 3DS version, because it allows you to warp between places so much quicker, and it allows more wrong warps. And then there's also a new method of wrong warp called Death Hole, where you die as you fall down a grotto, a little hole you just walk into. And that allows for its own set of wrong warps, so wrong warping is in general has a lot more uses in the 3DS version, combined with extra uses for Furor's Wind. It makes some things really interesting in the 3DS version, which I wish were possible in this version. It's really interesting how it's not quite as good for speedrunning overall as this version, but it has some things that are just really amazing and I wish we could do. Alright, I gotta get the song loaded up, because that is not the song. Someone link the song, hurry up. Alright, the song is ready.
Hype.
Get hype, chat.
Here we go. Alright, so for anyone who doesn't know what the deal with Dante is, Dante is a guy in the graveyard. He digs up some dirt patches in the graveyard, and every time he digs in a dirt patch, there's a 10% chance he will dig up a heart piece. That heart piece is required for 100%. And there's nothing I can do in my power to make it appear faster. And this song is my good luck charm. So I just have to hope it comes out fast.
His name is ZFG and he looks so good. He always got a bitch all on his wood. Speed runs live, yeah, that's his hood. Getting that run just like he should. Dampe, why you a little shit? Give me that heart piece first try, bitch. RNG, RNG, please be nice to me. Please don't ruin this run for me. I need the world record, fuck a PB. Now hookshot your bitch over this way. I will super slide into her pants while I get paid. Twitch butts raining as she stays screaming my name. ZFG the king of this motherfucking game, bitch.
Well, unfortunately not first or second try. So right here, I try to keep the camera facing Dampe as much as possible, because if he goes too far off screen, he'll actually stop walking. So that's why I kind of had to do some weird camera angle movements there. Keep moving, old man. Alright, third try. That is actually pretty good. That is
Nice.
the same number as
Good
in
stuff.
my PB.
Very nice.
Oops, messed that up. So third try is not bad at all.
Is the earn possible now? Is the question.
Well, I'll say this.
Well-
Right now, I'm 6 seconds behind my PB. That might sound good, but that is also... I need to get some more bombs. That's with a route change that did not do Water Temple early on in the run, which is going to waste about 5 minutes. So, really, I'm about 5 minutes behind. But for right now, I can say we're doing okay.
Also,
Kind of,
cow in a
sort of.
house. So there's that.
Huh?
Cow in a house.
Oh,
so
right, the
there's
cow in the
that.
house. Yeah, that's gonna be another 3 or 4 minutes. So I can still get a pretty decent time. The beginning of this run was kind of rough, and I was hoping it wasn't gonna continue down that path, and luckily it hasn't. This run has definitely gone up in quality since Goron City, I guess.
We actually had a $40 donation from Christoph Braun, who says, "Thanks ZFG for this amazing run. P.S. Get hyped for Dampe."
Oh yeah, we were.
Sorry, that one was a little late, Christoph.
So this next section is one of my favorite parts of the run because it used a lot of hessing. I talked about this back at the beginning of the run. This is one of my favorite things in the game. This trick right here, where I get to go backwards really fast and can easily change my angle, and I get these floppy bunny ears too. Makes it even better. And in this section, the next like 10 or so minutes, maybe not that much, but the next few minutes, it gets used a lot here, and it just looks really cool, and I like it a lot. I actually got, a few months ago, I was doing a run for the Shark Savers Marathon. If you guys watched that a few months ago. And during that marathon, I actually got first try Dampe, so... first try in a marathon is not exactly impossible, but... I don't know, marathon runs, I seem to... Of the 2 runs I've done 100% marathon run for, seems like I'm pretty decent with luck there. I know Runner Guy is not in the same situation, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the one I got third try, which was nice, but then I think at AGDQ it was like 15th or 16th or something.
Yeah. Dampe is too unpredictable. You never know if it's going to be good or bad. Oh yeah, maybe he didn't troll because you guys donated so much to hear the song.
Good job, Chad.
Probably why.
It was all thanks to your donations.
Your donation helped my luck manipulation. Where is the cucko, dude? I'm gonna fail this. He's hiding there. Oh my god. Am I really gonna fail this? I've never failed this in a run before. Okay, I didn't fail it. I didn't want my first fail to be a marathon run. Dang, that perfect test to Milan.
Just a reminder, guys, we still have some more choices and incentives that you guys can donate towards. Oracle of Seasons has a 5-character file name. It's currently at Susie with $15. Skyward Sword has 2 incentives, a file name of 8 characters. Currently, the Duck is winning with $46.45. Groose is not too far behind with $30. And you guys also get to pick the game language. English is currently winning with $80. Japanese is at $50.
The route in Lone Run Ranch is kind of weird because there are things that you have to do both at day and at night. So ZFG used the Sun Song after talking to Melon and getting Opponent's Song to kind of put him in the middle of the ranch, so he would be kind of, I guess, better positioned to loop around and get these gold Scotolos.
So there's this block puzzle you have to do, but it's very easy to skip. Just do a jump slash and you go through. Very simple. That section was actually really good. That split is always, or that like section of the first part of Lone Run Ranch is always kind of tricky to get all the Hesses right, but that was actually very good. And so now that I'm done with Lone Run, I've got everything here. I need to get out of here, and this is the fastest way to, wow. Gonna hover over this fence. So this loading zone over the fence, it exists because normally when you're getting Epona as adult, you can jump over those fences to escape Lone Run Ranch after you win Epona from the race. And it's supposed to have loading zones to Hyrule Field so you can get out of there. And normally, as adult, it always puts you on Epona, but since Child Link can't get on Epona, Epona doesn't load there, I guess. But the loading zone still exists, and it's a really nice and fast way to get out to Hyrule Field, and conveniently faces Gerudo Valley, which is the next place I'm going to. Oh yeah, I'm sorry in advance. It's gonna be night for the majority of Gerudo Valley, so no song. I'm sorry, I'm such a terrible person.
We should get Enoch to play on piano.
Wow, I missed. I have never missed like that. So here I'm going to do something that looks really risky and scary, but it's not. So that jump slash recoil right there just barely makes it to this ledge, and a lot of the times when I do that, people in my chat like always get so scared that I'm going to fail. Sometimes even I do, but if you get that jump slash recoil, you will pretty much always land right there. But the really scary part is if for any reason I don't land there, I have to go to Lake Hylia and come all the way back to Gerudo Valley, which is extremely... Wow, how did I read the stone from that far away? I didn't know you could do that. But yeah, so if I fall there into the river, it's a huge... one of the biggest time losses that can happen in the run. But I want to save those 3 seconds and not use the Cucko to get down there. That's how much time it saves, 3 or 4 seconds. But it's worth it. So as soon as the Gerudo Valley song starts, I'm out of here. No hearing it for you guys. Dude, mega flipping would be just as slow as using the Cucko. And then I'm just wasting a bomb and not saving time. But I have to get the Skulltula. It's not gonna... the ESS isn't gonna save time. So now I've got to clean up the market, do all the market games, and get all the upgrades I still need from here. Starting off with the slingshot game. This one's really simple. All the rupees pop out in a standard order, it's not random at all. Easy to aim. Easy to memorize. And somehow I failed this every now and then. Like, almost right there. The double clutch, dude. How did I save that? The timer. What?
The timer's not...
Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I had something come up that blocked the timer. So, the way the Bomb 2 bowling alley works is there's a set order that each of the prizes will appear in, but the starting prize is always random. So I think I got the worst starting prize. Of course, the Marathon Buckets. Alright. Heartbeats is good.
It's also better to just use up your choose and cycle through the set cycle rather than leave and try and get lucky with another random one.
Mm-hmm.
How long is the cycle?
If you just, like, load your choose all up, it's no more than, like, 10 seconds, 15 maybe.
Oh no, I mean how many prizes? Like, does it cycle through?
I can't remember how many, I think it's 5 or 6.
Oh yeah, that's not bad.
Wait, what's this prize? Did I go to the... This isn't the bomb bag, is it?
That was just bomb.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Alright, there we go. By the way, that bomb that you're trying to win, that's not like 10 bombs or 20 bombs or anything. That's one single bomb that you can win for 30 rupees during that round. Also, I'm intentionally taking a hit from the bomb shoe here. When I take a hit from the bomb shoe, it sets my angle to a very precise angle so that I can just stand in a certain position and run the chew on the wall, and it goes straight into the hole. And that is bomb shoe bowling.
Just a reminder, we have a few more incentives for the Link's Awakening DX Glitched bonus game. We're currently at $125 for that out of $150, so that only needs $25 more. The Legend of Zelda's Second Quest bonus game, it's at $139.02 out of $200. And the Oracle of Ages Screen Warp glitch is currently at $30 out of $100. So that's finally got some money in it now, so keep the donations going, guys.
I'm not doing this without the lens of truth. I'm not doing a 1 in 32 chance in a marathon. No matter how much you guys would donate, I wouldn't do it. Unless it was some ridiculous amount.
How much is ridiculous for you?
More than AGDQ raised last year.
Chat
$1 million.
challenge.
So you guys want, if you guys want to see me do this game without Lens of Truth, donate $1 million.
Make it happen.
Just get Notch in here.
Let me get my checkbook.
What? Wow. That was really weird. I got the Skulltula on one frame where Link was completely inside the tree. That was kind of weird.
Oh, nice.
So right now I'm just cleaning up the rest of Child 2. I just gotta get a few more items and upgrades, and Skulltulas, and then mainly here in Lost Woods and Doors River, and then I will become adult again. So this is the Decanut upgrade that a lot of people know about as being missable, but as I explained earlier on in the run, it's getting the Poacher's Saw that causes the missable Decanut upgrade and not becoming adult as many people think. And since this run skips the Poacher's Saw entirely by doing the Eyeball Frog early trick, it's not a worry at all.
Remember guys, if you donate $10 or more during this run, you will be entered into a raffle to win a Zelda print that is signed by runners in this marathon. So keep the donations going. I have nothing to read. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Maybe we need to get another donation incentive up in here. Maybe if you guys complete the current donation incentives, maybe we can add another one.
ZFG webcam.
I don't know about webcam. I don't even think it's possible right now with the setup I have. But I was thinking I could do a glitch demonstration.
There
Maybe
we go.
could add that
More
donation
glitches.
incentive.
I want webcam.
I can't even do it right now.
I vote webcam.
Yeah, Pokey. Because OT 100% doesn't have enough glitches already. It doesn't really. It really should have the 2 glitches that I was thinking of showing off. They're really good ones.
How long do you think that would take?
The glitch demonstration?
Yeah.
It would only take about 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine then.
How about set that at like 250?
I can do that.
And you guys gotta get that 250 in by the end of this run.
I don't think we would have time for a turn dance. Damn girl, I'm sorry.
What song have I not played? Time, that's it.
we got a pretty good donation in here right now. $10 from Bruce Tovey, who says, "If you have nothing to read, you should sing the Canadian national anthem again."
That's a good idea. Donation incentive, maybe?
Oh God. I don't know, if enough people ask for it, maybe. If you guys, like, complete the rest of these incentives.
So here I do an interesting combination of glitches. I set the chew down to blow up the rocks, and then I get infinite sword glitch and ground jump off the same bomb. And this is because the owl is right there, and I don't want to talk to the owl. So by getting a ground jump, it prevents you from talking to people, so the owl can't talk to me with a ground jump. But with a ground jump, I can't use my sword, so I can't kill the gold Skulltula in the tree, or else I'd get the owl to talk to me. So I get the infinite sword glitch to kill the Skulltula, and then ground jump so that I can avoid talking to the owl.
Another thing you might have noticed, CFG only bought 1 bean. You don't have to buy all of the beans to complete 100%. You basically just need 1 so that it shows up in your inventory.
Do you use that bean?
Yes, I just planted it. It's used for the Spirit Temple. Wow. Wow. Prelude is the hardest song. And so I am now done with the child section, and I am messing this up. time to become adult. It is possible to get that heart piece just by hovering up. It's also possible to get it by doing a super slide or a mega flip from one of the hands, where you get the mirror shield or silver gauntlets. But the most optimal way actually is to get to use the magic bean. And the reason is, by using the magic bean to get to that heart piece, I can get on that rock and then super slide from that rock to the big statue and then climb the outside of the statue to the silver gauntlets chest, and then from the silver gauntlets chest get over to the mirror shield chest. And that's the fastest way to collect the heart piece, the gold skulltula on the upper side of the child section, and the mirror shield all in one go. So that's why the beam is faster there, even though it's not technically required. Alright, so now I need to go get Epona. I can't do the cow in the house just yet, that'll be a bit later in the run. Wow, I can't house. So, wow. Forget it. So, the cow in the house race will be later on in the run, but I can't do it right now. I gotta get Epona first. So, the way to get Epona in this run is hovering over this fence. If I can actually get ISG. Alright, a little sloppy, but I got it. So, like I explained earlier, when I hover over the fence as child, it normally thinks that's the trigger to get Epona from Lon Lon Ranch, when you're supposed to jump over it with Epona. But just by hovering over it, you can steal Epona like that and not have to raise and go. I have all my bottles empty, right? Yeah. So now the Poe collecting begins. For right now, I'm only going to collect 3 Poes. I do the Poe collecting in sets of 3 plus 1 extra, where I just get 1. Since there's 10 Poes total and I can only have 3 bottles max, I have to do 4 trips. 3 of the trips will have 3 Poes and 1 will just have 1 Poe.
You guys better get those donations in for Skyward Sword file name, because I'm Gay has passed the duck. I'm Gay is now at $50 and the duck is still at $46.45. So whoever wants the duck better get those donations in.
Duck for best file name?
No, Pokey, I've tried that. For those who don't know, if you have a duped bottle, so a bottle on a item slot that is not a regular bottle slot, you can only get things in that bottle by catching them, and so anything you get by not catching it, like getting a Poe, you don't actually swing your bottle to catch it, it just goes in your bottle when you go through the text box. So it's impossible to have a Poe on a bottle that's not in a real bottle slot. So even if I duped bottles, I couldn't get extra Poes in my slot. So that's why I have a max of 3 bottles. So this trick here is pretty cool if I can get it, but I haven't done it in a while. Let's see. Alright. So this is the proper way to enter Water Temple. What I did there was a super slide off the grass, and if you remember how I got up to Shadow Temple, where I did a super slide off a piece of grass and then I got teleported in midair, basically the same thing happened there, except I got teleported under the ground instead. And so that clipped me under the ground and I was able to very quickly get into Water Temple like that.
Time for the best temple.
Oh yeah. And we are not being sarcastic when we say that. speedrunning the water temple is actually very fun. I consider it either the best or second best dungeon, kind of tied with Spirit Temple. Of course, a lot of people hate this dungeon from when they were playing as a kid, but it is really fun to speedrun.
There's a ton of cool tricks in this place.
Yeah.
Should I wait until after this temple to read some donations?
I think you can probably get 1 or 2 in right now.
Okay. We have a $5 donation from Prismatic Black, who says, "Happy to see ZFG run Ocarina of Time on ZSR Marathon. Good damp ARNG and hopefully a new PB. Happy birthday, ZFG." Alliteration hype. ZFG can decide where to put this $5 as long as it's not in his Twitch Bucks account.
I'll put that towards the duck.
The duck. We have a $25 donation from Danny Ifra, who says, "Let's see how many glitches this old game has in her. Thanks so much for this marathon. It's been awesome so far. Keep up the good work."
Alright, so what I just did there, you normally have to have the water at mid-level to get that key I just got, but by doing a slide hop with hover boots, I'm able to get to that ledge early. And get that key early. And then I get this key also. I need a minimum of 2 keys to get to Dark Link. And that's where I want to go very soon. I still need to get 1 more Skull Flow before I head off to Dark Link. And there's a really neat little trick here. It only saves about 2 seconds, but it's one of my favorite things. It looks really cool. Alright, so I dive here, and I put my shield out while diving. And this shell blade attacks, and I turn around, and the shell blade boosts me through the tunnel. Hello? I didn't grab the... Dude, I can't grab it, dude. That was more difficult than it should have been.
The incentive to see the Link's Awakening DX glitched bonus game run has actually been met with $160. Thank you guys very much.
Nice. Alright, so I'm going off to Dark Link right now, and I want to enter that door over there. And as you can see, there's nothing below that door. There's no place to stand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a hover boost using the hammer off the wall, and then open the door in midair with hover boots. Shoutouts to Pokey in the chat. PokeyIL, he found that, and originally labeled it as Amazing Water Temple Sequence Break, as one of the biggest sequence breaks in Ocarina of Time. Because it clearly is one of the biggest sequence breaks there is. Wow, I just fell.
Can't you just get into the central, like, thing and raise the water to the 2nd level anyway?
Yeah, I could, but there's... once you lower the water, you never have to raise it again. You can do everything from the lowest water level.
Another update on the Skyward Sword file name. The Duck is currently winning with $51.45, and I'm Gay is not too far behind with $50.
Wow, he's tough. Alright, there we go. Dark Link is actually... A lot of people always have trouble with Dark Link when they're on their first playthrough, but he is very easy once you know the strat. All you do is a diagonal slash. My childhood. But this is my first playthrough. You're right on that. This is my first playthrough.
You're doing alright so far?
My childhood experience.
Bible thump all over the place. So there has been an update on the challenges. We do have a new incentive now for the glitch demonstration. That's a $250 goal. Nobody has donated for that yet, but ZFG will be demonstrating some more glitches after the Ocarina of Time 100% run. We also have 2 other incentives that are still up for grabs here. The Legend of Zelda Second Quest bonus game is still at $139 out of 200. And the Oracle of Ages screen warp glitch, which is at $30 out of 100. Also, we do have one donation, a $40 donation from Corbin, who says, "All I want is a ZFG face cam. That's it. Maybe not now, but at some point."
Alright, so that's all the Skulltulas in Water Temple. Now I just gotta go meet Morpha. In the regular route I use when I try to do attempts to get a PB, I would have already beaten Water Temple right now, and I just have to do this trip to get the Skulltulas, but for my marathon safe route, it was kind of a risky strat, so I didn't go for it. So we're just beating up Morpha right now. What am I doing? I didn't ignore the comment, I just had nothing to say to her.
CFG, we have a very, very important question in the chat right now. Why does my throat hurt when I eat peanut and chocolate M&Ms? Please respond.
Unfortunately, I don't quite know the answer to that. I am not a doctor.
You heard it here first, folks. CFG confirmed not a doctor.
Oh yeah, so I should probably explain what I just did. That's another boss key skip. The walls in the Water Temple are very weak, I guess. Specifically the boss door. If you are at a certain height and you jump slash it, it won't push you back through when you reach the bottom, so you just are able to walk through the door if you jump slash it at a certain height. Ah, sometimes you can get morph out of the water early, but it's tricky. So I go over here and trap morph on the corner, and quick kill. See, I'm not a doctor, that's why I'm here to help and raise money for the real doctors. Maybe they can help diagnose your throat hurting when you eat peanut butter and M&Ms.
I'm sorry, it seemed like a good question at the time.
It is a good question.
Do I have a time for a few donations?
Yeah, this cutscene's like 3 minutes long. Go ahead.
All right. We have a $20 donation from Sean Fairley. No comment. We have another donation from Corbin of $5. It says, ZFG facecam now, please. Respond. We have a $4.20 donation from Lucas Franco, who says, the duck for life. 420, the duck it. This donation goes towards the duck. Skyward Sword file name, Swiggity Swag, Lord Krondor. Amen.
How's that for a face cam?
I like it.
Good stuff.
The face cam text totally makes it too.
ZFG is so focused on this run.
He doesn't even blink. Look at him. The concentration is just amazing. Just a reminder, everybody, that your donations are going towards Doctors Without Borders, which provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. Thank you guys so much for supporting a great cause.
Should I leave this for the rest of the run or just end the joke before it gets old? What does the chat think?
Chat wants you to leave it, I think.
I think you know what chat's answer is going to be.
Alright.
Damn, I think the Skyward Sword file name wars are on here. The Duck is currently at $60.65, and I'm Gay is at $55, so it's starting to catch up. Also, as a side note, the money raised in this charity marathon will go towards raising awareness for the throat pain caused by peanut and chocolate M&Ms.
It's a very good cause. We need to help that one guy in chat that has that throat pain. That's what we're raising money for. That was a slow super swim, that first one I got. If you time the super swim wrong, you get a really terrible super swim.
Maybe not so super swim.
Yeah. Also, this Gwei, if you don't kill this Gwei, there is a 99% chance he will knock you off the ladder. So I can't just YOLO it. There is no YOLOing for this. You will not make it up.
The Gwei is powerful.
We have a $6.90 donation from Nestor Garcia. Says, hey ZFG, back here again with another donation. Just want to say good luck again. Looks like the RNG gods aren't with us today, but either way, have fun, Kappa. I'll donate to the glitch you want to do. Also, are you going to sign that paper? Because if so, I really want to.
Is that one of the donation prize papers?
Yeah, it's the glossy
yeah,
print.
I think I'll be signing it. I guess.
Yeah, it's basically up to you. We're gonna try and get signatures from like anyone who's willing to do it.
Yeah, I think Test Runner asked me a few days ago, and I said it was okay.
Yeah.
Just to add to that subject, if you donate $10 or more during this run, you will be entered into a raffle to win one of the Zelda glossy prints signed by the runners of this marathon.
No one saw that.
The I'm Gay file name has currently pulled ahead. It's at $70. The Duck is currently at $60.65. Donate for the Duck. We have a $15 donation from Corbin who says, now that I have my face cam, I want the I'm Gay file name.
So that Poe is kind of dumb. If you mistime your shots on that Poe, sometimes you can actually kill it as he's going through the wall, and the Poe will just fall out of bounds and you can't catch it. So luckily that didn't happen there. It doesn't happen too often, but when it does, I get sad. Music hype for a total of 30 seconds. I never realized how little the Gerudo Valley music plays in this run. Like, you're always in the Gerudo area at night in this run. Except when I go do archery. But then even then, the archery music plays half the time. So here, I'm going to get ISG before talking to every one of the carpenters, so I can use ISG to kill the Gerudo guards. It's the fastest way to kill them, obviously. If it works correctly. Sometimes they will jump away from you forever. There's actually two strategies to fight the guards. It's either, well, the two main strategies is either use ISG or trap them behind a torch and crouch stab them. The crouch stab method is more consistent. Like, you will always end up with around the same amount of time to kill each guard with the crouch stab behind the torch method. But ISG is on average faster. But then sometimes with ISG, the guards just run away forever, and you just lose a lot of time. But I prefer the ISG method.
Do we have time for a few donations?
Yeah, this is a really good time.
All right. We have $45 from Delka Power. Says this donation is going for a good cause. I want to enter the grand prize and want the donation towards a TP file name. If there is no suggestion, I want the file name to be MoFat for Fino's run. Good luck on the run, and thank you for hosting this awesome marathon. Going to watch as many runs as possible. Shoutouts to Bonesaw for being awesome, and Runner Guy for his knowledge on the game. Good luck on the runs. Thank you very much, Delka Power. Hope I got your name right, by the way. I'm bad. We have a $5 donation from Tanner Benson6, who says, from TB for good, hashtag Team Duck. We have a $5 donation from Oddman Foss, who says, these $5 were donated because I want an end to the horrible war between Cosmo and ZFG. So I want ZFG to say, I love Cosmo, and that somebody would record it. Thanks.
I love Cosmo. There's your Frank Q quote.
You heard it here first.
We're secret lovers.
We have a leaked donation from Raining T of $13.37. It says, Raining T here. ZFG, what is one mechanic or exploit you wish you were better at in Ocarina of Time speedrunning?
I don't know if this counts as one mechanic or exploit, but the trick I was talking about earlier where I beat Water Temple under the Eyeball Frog timer, I tend to fail that a lot. It's a very tight trick, and I really wish I could get it more consistently, but like consistent enough to use in a marathon at least. Right now, I'm absolutely not confident at all in using it for a marathon. That's why I didn't use it in this run. But if I could get that more consistently, I would love that.
We have a $10 donation from Loaf of Bread 13 who says, Loaf of Bread 13 here. Awesome run so far. Shoutouts to Base Runner Guy and ZFG for making me laugh. Runner Guy decides where this goes.
Put it towards ZFG's trick demonstration.
Good choice. And we have a $10 donation from Ryan Hadlow, which says, put half of this to the duck. Put the rest to the Wind Waker file name to be demon if possible. Franker Z.
By the way, what's the total at for the glitch demonstration?
I was just checking that. Apparently, it is at $40.27 out of the 250.
Alright, you guys make sure, you guys have about an hour to fill that up, so make sure you get that in because I'm sure you will enjoy it. I have never seen someone not enjoy it.
This chat delivers. I'm sure they'll get the 250. And the Skyward Sword file name is seriously close. The Duck is winning by 65 cents. It's at $70.65, and I'm Gay is at $70.
Alright, I'm taking out my aimbot now.
The best minigame.
I didn't even get 1500, that was bad. Hey, I've gotten 2000 twice. Once in a real run.
Alright guys, well, I'm signing off on the donations. Remember, your donations are going towards Doctors Without Borders, which provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. Thank you guys so much for having me, and thank you guys for supporting such a great cause.
Thanks, Bonesaw.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks. And goodbye.
Hey guys, it's Church. I'm back for the donation reading.
Hey. Alright, so Spirit Temple is probably one of the most trick-heavy dungeons in the game. There's really big tricks all over the place. So if you haven't seen how this is done in 100% run before, it's got a lot of really cool stuff.
Yeah, you might have noticed that ZFG is done with the child section, but did not do Spirit Child because he will be doing all of it as an adult.
Yeah, and that first skip I did, there's that silver block blocking the right side of the temple. You normally need to get silver gauntlets to push that block. What I did instead was I did a super slide, clipped out of bounds, then clipped back in bounds, right under the block, clipped into the block, and then was able to continue on from there. But all I need from there is a Skulltula, which is actually the same reason I'm going to this side. I do a similar thing, clip out with a super slide, then clip back in that little tunnel. Bomb drop. Yeah, in this run I get no strength upgrade until gold gauntlets, so I don't get silver gauntlets or the Goron ruby, so for pretty much the entire run, I can't even lift a piece of grass. And then the very last item I get in the entire run, I can finally pick up stuff, thanks to gold gauntlets. And so right there, that probably looked really weird. When you try to grab that gate as adult, whenever you try to grab a ledge, and there's something directly in front of that ledge, it pushes Link forward. So that gate clipped me through the ground, pushed me forward, and into the room past the gate. Using 2 bombs for super slides is just preference. It makes it a bit easier. Alright, so I sent that shoe. Listen closely here. If you heard that, that was the sound of a Skulltula dying. That bomb chew did not actually hit the Skulltula. It hit the coordinates of 0, 0, 0 on this map. And an interesting thing about those coordinates, 0, 0, 0, is that's where unloaded things are stored. So since that Skulltula was so far off screen, it was unloaded to save memory. And when it blew up on 0, 0, 0, it killed the Skulltula on 0, 0, 0. And then when the bean plant passed it, the Skulltula token kind of hung on to the bean plant, and then I grabbed it as it was flying over the rock. So that's a really neat way to grab that Skulltula. It actually would kill both Skulltulas in that area if I had not gotten the other Skulltula already. It's just not faster to grab that Skulltula right now. It's faster to get it earlier on. Well, I think technically it would be faster to get it right then, but it would be much more difficult to the point where it wouldn't be worth it.
Do you want to explain how you landed on the outside there?
Oh yeah, so let me do this first and then I'll explain everything that just happened. So when I did the super slide from the rock where I got the heart piece to the big statue, there's a bunch of seams on that statue, like little places, very small places where you can walk where the slope is not slippery. And so I basically have to keep jump slashing to try to land on those little places where I can stand, and then from there, hookshot the Silver Gauntlets chest. And then from the Silver Gauntlets chest, I can do a super slide from that hand to the other hand and grab the Reaper Shield. And I explained this earlier, but just in case someone wasn't here, I don't have to get the Silver Gauntlets because only the highest upgrades are required. So since I'm getting Gold Gauntlets later on anyway, the Silver Gauntlets are not required because they would just be overwritten anyway. 2 bomb drops, dude. My bomb luck this run is very nice, for the most part. I didn't even grab one. Okay, there we go. 40
It's
bombs.
been pretty.
Huh?
It's been pretty decent RNG overall.
Oh yeah, definitely. I had some slight trouble with bomb drops early on in the Child 2 section, but that worked out really nicely. getting good luck with bombs at Dante. Alright, so this next room is really cool and kind of tricky. So I'm going to get hit by this pod. That gives me a very specific angle, which I'm going to use to mega flip through this wall. If I can mega flip. Then I land in this unloaded part of this room, and I do a mega slide hop out of this room. This makes me fall through a loading zone that loads the main room of the dungeon, down here with the big statue, so that I can get down here without having to lower the mirror platform. So I can grab this Skulltula. What am I doing? Oh man, the lag incoming. Check out that like 5 seconds of lag. Nice. That was a bad camera angle. So I set forwards wing so I could go back to the mirror room right after I grabbed this Skulltula. And now I'm going to do another trick. I open the door as soon as that crystal switch is hit. And, alright, there we go. So that unloads certain things in this room, including the big mirror platform. So now I can mega slide hop down the room, down here, and from here I can clip into the head. And now I need to get in the boss room. And to get in the boss room, I'm going to have to hover and do a boss key skip, similar to Water Temple. And if I can do this right. There we go. And
Nice.
now I'm in the boss room.
It's pretty crazy all the stuff that just happened in like the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite, more recent additions in the last few months or so. Up until when that new stuff was found, for the last like 3 years before it, maybe not that long, but for quite a while, the Spirit Temple route was pretty much the same for a really long time. And I always felt that it was really unoptimized. I felt like it could be faster. Like, we knew about tricks to skip the mirror room for at least 1.5 years or 2 years before that. But it just wasn't faster and 100% with the current ideas. And then finally, a collaboration between SVA and I. SVA is another Japanese speedrunner. We did some collaborating on it and found that way to skip the mirror room puzzle stuff and get those Skulltulas and do the boss key skip and all that. Rip nipple shot. Okay, actually, funny story about that. Instead of the mega flip through the wall and then a mega slide hop down to the bottom room, there was another idea I had, which is technically faster, but it's just too hard to be more consistent overall. It's just not worth it. The idea is, a lot of you guys might know about a little Easter egg where if you hookshot the breastplate of the statue in the main room, you can actually hookshot it. It actually works, and you grapple to that point. And it turns out, if you do a weird shot from the mirror room, you can hookshot that point in the main room and get the main room to load like that. And it's amazing that that little Easter egg, something like that, could actually work and be faster. But it actually is faster, it's just too inconsistent to do. So I don't do it, but that is actually a speed trick. It exists. Wow, Twin Rova is not nice. So I'm gonna hookshot the Twin Rovas to, once one of them starts charging up their beam, I always start hookshotting the other one to try to keep them in place so they stop moving around. Wow, they are not being nice.
So whenever you have a bit of time, there's some donations to be read.
Oh, this is a good time.
Alright, so we've got $10 from Mons Askiner, I believe that's how it's pronounced. These coins goes towards the Screen Warp Glitch demo thingy and Oracle of Ages. Amazing cause. Greetings from the Gulge Pump. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. We've got $10 from Jared Seal. From What's Soup? What's Up? This donation is going towards naming the Skyward Sword file name. Hey, the loser? T-loser? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry, guys.
I think it's TLO ZSR.
Yeah, whatever you just said.
Yeah, he's the runner for Skyward Sword. Oh god, what am I doing?
I hope you can see this message now that the chat has died down. I wanted to say congrats. I know you can do a little... I think that's supposed to say better.
No,
I know you
it's
can do a little
bitter. It's bitter.
Bitter?
It is
I know you
bitter.
can do a little... Okay. I know you can do a little bitter, but I always want to tip my hat off to you. Through thick and thin, I will still be here to always support you. I know times are hard, but you always come back with a great attitude. I wish you the very best on your next runs, and hope you get an even better score. I will continue to be here and find new strats as always. Great job, Stiv. I am rooting for you always. You should be proud. This is from Corbin Dowdy. Guys, I've now donated $70 for I'm Gay file name. Someone help me out. We've got $10 from Jordan S. Christiansen. Thanks to all the runners for donating your time and talents to entertain me and support a good cause. JC_EL_Unico.
What's the current donation total right now?
Just a sec.
Overall, or?
I refreshed
Yeah,
twice this
overall.
time. It's 4151.83.
Alright. My splits. I don't know if you guys want to see my splits right now. You might want to have small children leave the room because this is kind of gruesome, but here you go. I'm sorry for showing that on stream.
My viewing experience.
No.
Alright, we've got $20 from Kyle Gillimet, I believe. Alright, guys. I'm apologize to anybody whose name I'm saying that I shouldn't be. I'm looking at the names, and then I'm looking at the comments where they're telling me the usernames. I'm really sorry if I've said a name you guys didn't want me to. So I've got Tubadude again. I have no idea if those are random characters or if that's supposed to say something, but donate for Duckface and Glitch Demo. Then we've got Hero Fred here. The Duckface for best foul name. Fellow Duckface supporters, we have to prevail. Less than 3, Duckface less than 3. Got $5 from Skyups. I hope that's how you pronounce that. Got to keep the duck face ahead. Looking forward to the season's run, and of course, good luck, TLO. A bunch of hearts, all the hearts. Got about $20 from Ethan Kahn. Hi, Cosmo. Hi, chat.
Alright, so the Cow in the House donation incentive is actually coming up, the one you guys donated for. So I actually will be winning the cow.
I assume we're not actually going to see the cow, you're just going to win the cow?
I might show it off after the run, maybe.
That's fine.
Do you guys want to see the cow? I mean, it seems kind of weird to just get it and then never see it.
Yeah, it does.
A reminder that for the glitch demonstration, we are currently at $70 out of $250. So if you want to see the glitch demonstration, please donate.
Yeah, and make sure you guys donate for that glitch demonstration. I promise you will not be disappointed.
Yeah, I want to see it. I'm excited. Also, the current standings of the Skyward Sword, any percent file name, the duck is currently in the lead, winning by $16 at the moment.
So this is the one trip I have to just get one PO and then deliver it back to the PO shop instead of like doing this big trip. So it's fastest to just get the PO closest to the Hyrule Market so I can just grab it, go back in, give them the PO, and then head back out and then grab the last 3. And then the last 3 I won't actually deliver them until after Shadow Temple and Light Arrows, which is another, what, 20 minutes? 20-25 minutes? Alright, time to go get the cow. Wow, if I can actually get an online. So, to get the cow, you have to talk to Milan after getting Epona, and she'll tell you about this obstacle course. She has Obama. That was kind of funny. She just yelled Obama in giant letters. So she has this obstacle course, and she wants you to race it with Epona. And if you finish under 50 seconds, you will win a cow in your house.
We've got a donation here from Dakota Manier. Hey again, ZSR crew. Slowpoke is a gamer here with my final planned donation of the marathon. Splitting this one 2 ways. First $7 goes to that duck for the SS file name, because SS is not gay. The remaining $3 goes to the second quest because this marathon needs more bonus games. Also adding in 61 cents of hopes of making $4,441.44 a reality.
Alright, 48. And now she tells me that I win a cow. Obama, you got a 48. Alright, so I won a cow. So now, next time I go to my house, we can go all see the cow. But for right now, I am out of here. What do you do with the cow? If you play a Epona song in front of the cow, it will give you milk. How'd you get the cow up the tree? Good question.
You have to wrong work it there.
Milan knows wrong warp confirmed.
Are there any wrong warps to Link's house?
I don't know if there is directly to Link's house, but there is a wrong warp to the intro, which leads to Link's house.
Oh yeah.
No. Okay. That last ko is always the trickiest. So that's all the pose. I'll go deposit them after I get light arrows and get the 4th bottle. Denpei was 3rd try. Do the fog glitch. Can I do the fog? I think I could. Maybe I will. That's actually a pretty interesting glitch to show off. I guess I'll waste a few seconds for a quick demonstration. What's the worst thing that can happen in a run? I think the single worst mistake possible is probably failing the Deku wrong warp.
Yeah, that one's pretty big.
The Fire Temple wrong warp is also another big one. Oh, an interesting note about this cutscene. I don't know if you can see it from this angle. Yeah. Okay, right? No, you can't really see it from there, but this cutscene is actually different on the 1.0, 1.1, and 1.2 versions. Actually, I think it's specifically 1.0 and 1.1 are the same, and they're different from 1.2. There's actually 2 weird differences. There's a big patch of grass that normally isn't there. You can kind of see in the corner right there. There's a big patch of grass that is not normally there as adult, and also the tree is the wrong kind of tree. So it's kind of interesting how they just kind of messed up creating the cutscenes because they used the wrong maps. Like, this is technically not the correct adult Kakariko Village map. So right now it's night, but I need to get into the archery, and I don't want to make it day. So I'm going to clip through the wall with this box. Pokey, I will do it. Hold on, I'll do it right now, okay? Alright, I'm gonna do a quick glitch demonstration. This isn't really the one you guys were supposed to donate for. I just thought this is a good time to show off one thing a lot of people don't know about. And it's just kind of cool. Alright, so when you enter Kakariko past this gate, it starts raining. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to trigger the rain to start and immediately run out to Hyrule Field. And then this happens. There is now a huge amount of black fog and I can't see anything. And if I play Sun Song, you get some really weird textures and the color's going to change to blue or green or something. And it can change a lot of different colors depending on where you are. But I don't want to waste too much time showing this off, so that's just a really weird and cool glitch. That green, the spring green, are your eyes hurting yet? Alright, back to the run. I can't finish the game like that, it'll deactivate at certain parts. That reminds me, I should have shown something off back in Gerudo Fortress. There was a cool glitch I should have shown off. Too late now. Actually, maybe I can do it while doing my other glitch demonstration. I don't know, actually. I'll think about it.
So we've got $20 from Kyle McDermott. All caps, show the cow.
Alright, I think I'm gonna finish the run and then show the cow afterwards.
Should make the cow part of the glitch demonstration, so if they don't reach the glitch demonstration, they don't get the cow either.
Alright, the cow is now a glitch. By the way, you don't normally, you don't need the Lens of Truth to figure out which hole it is there, but it's always a random one between one of the back three, but I can't tell which one without the Lens of Truth, so since I have it anyway, I just use it to check which one it is, so I don't waste a bunch of time. And right there, that's a weird shot, another weird shot. If you saw what I did with ice arrows earlier, same thing, I roll into a bomb, hold down, pull out the hook shot, and then I can hook shot under the ground. And I can hook shot past walls like that and grab that key early. And since that went so well, I think I'm going to try another weird shot in this next room. This weird shot I sometimes go for and sometimes don't. It doesn't save that much time, but it's pretty cool. Let's see if I can get it. Alright. So that's another weird shot to skip most of that room. I like these colored bars in the chat. Very pretty, very colorful.
You would enjoy them.
Got $10 here. Hey, this is Seafox. Just wanted to say, awesome job putting on this marathon. Glad it is such a success, and good luck Frank or ZFG on the rest of the run. This is for the OOT glitch demo.
Thanks, Seahawks. So you only have to get some silver rubies to open this gate, but you can also just jump slash. But that jump slash is actually fairly precise. A lot more precise than I made it look, probably. I usually don't get it first try. But that was good. I'm not supposed to hookshot this anymore. I can't move. This is another part I don't normally need the Lens of Truth for, but just for safety. It actually is pretty easy to figure out where everything is, but there's no real reason to not. It wastes very little time to actually use it. What? Even with Lens of Truth, I still miss.
We still need about 130 more for the glitch demo of OOT.
You guys have about half an hour to raise that, so raise your dollars.
Go, go, go.
How far ahead or behind am I? Well, I'm proud to announce that I'm only 10 minutes behind.
Not bad.
Although 4 minutes of those, it was the cow, so not really too bad. This It's still going to be sub 5.
Yeah, that's really good for a marathon run, especially.
Yeah, considering how much can go wrong in this run, and how much did go wrong. Well, in the first part at least. After the first part, it started going a lot more smoothly, but the first 2 hours of the run is really the most difficult part, where the most bad things can happen, so it's to be expected.
Know the hack, I hate ZFG.
Don't you know every speedrunner hates every other speedrunner?
These are the rules.
No friends allowed in speedrunning? I aim my hookshot at the wheel because I like that the hookshot will sometimes appear and then disappear depending on the wheel's position. It's just, I like the way it looks. That's it. Nothing to it.
We got $45 here from an anonymous donator. Show us some glitches and the cow.
So here you're normally supposed to use Din's Fire to burn those spike walls, but you can just get the Redead to freeze you while the walls move past you since you can't move. And then I'm out of here with Furrow's Wind. Alright, so for Bongo Bongo, which is happening just in a minute, fun story about ice arrows. A lot of people consider ice arrows to be pretty much a useless item. And for the most part, people were right, except it used to be faster for Bongo Bongo. You could actually do a quick kill on Bongo Bongo with ice arrows until this new trick was found. It's not too new anymore, but when this trick was found, it obsoleted the ice arrows, but also was cooler in general. So check this out. And Bongo is dead. So, what happened there was I dropped a bomb down the hole. That bomb hit Bongo Bongo's unloaded hitbox. He's not fully loaded yet, but his hitbox still exists, so it stunned him. Then when he gets stunned before the battle starts, it actually disables the cutscene that triggers when you fall into the hole. So it skips the opening cutscene of Bongo loading. And then I'm also able to hit him while he's in his unloaded stunned state, so I can kill him really fast. And that is one of my favorite tricks in this run. The one downside of that though is, as I said earlier, ice arrows. The one use ice arrows had is now useless. That's too bad. Yeah, you can't, if you blink, you will miss Bongo. He goes by very fast. The reason I don't cutscene skip here is it's actually slower because of how the route works out. I have no convenient place to get a fish or a bug to do Ocarina items. And the one thing I could possibly do is to dupe over Deku Nuts, but then I would also have to get extra Deku Nuts after Shadow Temple, which would waste time. Unless I got extremely lucky with the Stalfos in Ganon's Castle, which I'm not gonna bet on. And even then, I have to get the heart container, which means I have two options. I can either enter Bongo's room with half a heart, do the cutscene skip, and then enter then set forwards wind in the room before the boss, and then re-enter Bongo's room to grab the heart container. Or I can take 19 hearts of damage, no, 20 hearts of damage in the boss room, which is not happening, because that's just way too slow. So I'm going to save warp here and check my Skulltula account. We have 99. I did not forget any Skulltulas. I did not forget any heart pieces. And I'm fairly sure I didn't forget any other items. So we are on track for 100%. Right now the only things left are the 4th bottle, which I already have the last 3 poses I need. Double defense, which I will be getting right after that. The last Skulltula, which will be gotten right after double defense. And golden gauntlets, which will be gotten very shortly after that. So the last few things are all coming up. Zfg1. RBA is not allowed in 100%, and the reason behind that is RBA is a glitch. For those who don't know what RBA is, it stands for Reverse Bottle Adventure. It's a glitch where you get a bottle on your B button, and then when you catch something in that B button, it will add or delete items in your inventory depending on the item you have on C right. So you can actually use it to pretty much just make medallions or songs or things like that just appear in your inventory without actually getting them. All you have to do is, for example, you catch a bug with the broken Goron sword on C right, and then you get the forest medallion, the water medallion, shadow medallion, and spirit medallion. And you do nothing but just catch a bug. So while that's allowed in other categories, the reasoning behind banning it in 100% is it kind of goes against what 100% is supposed to be about, which is collecting the items and basically having the items collected so that it is no longer possible to obtain the item. So it's kind of similar to the gold Skulltula thing, where you can dupe Skulltulas if you want to like get an upgrade faster, but you need to have each individual Skulltula. It's the same thing with RBA, except we decided to ban it completely. Like, if you were to just RBA an extra bottle and skip the pose, that doesn't really seem like something that should be allowed. So, because it kind of completely undermines what 100% is supposed to be about, it was decided to be banned. Well, the thing about the Silver Gauntlets is the Silver Gauntlets is not the highest upgrade. While you can still collect it, you can also collect like any regular chests, but regular chests are not required in 100%, so Silver Gauntlets are also not required in 100%. It's the Gold Gauntlets that are required. Can you RBA the cow in the house? I don't think so. So how's the donation challenge for the glitch demonstration going?
It looks like it's at 165 right now, but it might be more than that.
Remember, you guys only have about 20 minutes to finish that up, and you definitely want that to get finished up.
Yeah, that's coming in close here.
We have a donation here from Leroy Roos. Thanks for the awesome marathon. Put this towards the OOT glitch demo. That was $50.
Nice.
That'll bump it up.
Yeah, after that it's at 215.
Alright, yeah, I just got it for me as well. For those of you who don't know, the tracker only updates every 5 minutes, so even if you refresh after something's happened, if it hasn't updated, then it's gonna be about 5 minutes behind.
So now I'm just depositing the last 3 codes, and then I will have the 4th bottle. By the way, the Zelda's birthday donation incentive was met, right?
So for one reason or another, I looked at that earlier. It didn't look like that ever got, like, put up.
I think it was, I was looking for it earlier and I didn't see it, but it was kind of hidden somewhere in the OOT donation incentives or something. I'm pretty sure I saw it, but it was just hard to find.
It is right there as met at 100.
Alright. That is not bombs.
I'm blind. Okay, yeah. We're good.
Alright. I guess I'll do the glitch demonstration and then show off Zelda's birthday. Wow, I can't hiss. So you normally need gold gauntlets to get into the fairy fountain with double defense. Of course I don't. No! Bad. No! Whatever. I'm in. I just gotta do a super slide through the corner. Someone donated for keeping the Goron tunic on the rest of the run and I totally forgot about it. I'm sorry to that guy, but I guess I'll keep it on from now until the end.
Goron tunic is the best tunic.
No, it's not. Kokiri tunic is the best forever. I think we can agree, though, that the Zora tunic is the worst by far.
So we've got $10 here from Matthew Poremba. There was no message with that one, so.
So right now I'm just getting the last thing I need, the golden gauntlets in the Shadow Trial in Galen's Castle. Just need to hit this switch over here. And here
Looks
are the
like
silver
we're
gauntlets.
It looks like we're $25 short of the glitch.
Make that happen, guys. There's still 10, 11 minutes left.
There's still time. Oh, it looks like that just jumped up $15, so only $10 more, guys.
Nice. So after I get gold gauntlets, I can just do the trial skip by hovering against the wall. The trials are not required for 100% because you don't get any reward for them, for completing them, so they're not required, so I just skip them like that. So now it's just the final stretch up the tower and to Ganon. By the way, when I get to the Ganon fight, someone needs to remind me to save so that I can actually go check out the cow and I don't have to watch the later cutscene again. Yeah, you could, if you wanted to, just skip the hook shot and get the long shot, because long shot is the highest upgrade. It's the only one technically required. However, it would take a very long time, and it would not be faster at all. So you do not want to do that. Someday, maybe it'll be faster. And I hope that it one day is faster to skip the hook shot and just get the long shot, because I think that would be incredibly cool. But just not right now. I can't Hess anymore. There we go. This is the final Hess of the run. The staircase Hess. 1.0 version is better than 1.2 version for 100%. For other categories, it depends on if you're referring to N64 or VC. Generally, if you're playing on N64, 1.2 is the worst, because it has no advantages over 1.0 and 1.1. But if you're playing on VC, which is always 1.2, then you do have the advantage of less lag and faster loading. So during this fight, I'm going to be looking in a lot of weird places to try to reduce lag, because there's a huge amount of lag here. And also the bottle is fast when reflecting Ganondorf's attacks.
Doka Power again. I really want the glitch demo. I bet chat wants it too, so someone donate the last bit. That was a donation of $15. And then Dakota Mania again. Slowpoke is not letting the dream die this close to the finish line. So with those, there's $7 left in the glitch demo.
You got about 7 minutes to get those $7 in.
We got this.
$1 a minute, guys.
So for this part, you only have to, the tower is collapsing, you have to go with Zelda, she opens a bunch of bars, and you gotta go down with her to escape. I'm gonna leave her behind and just go my own way, which is much faster. Had to wait for that rock. So I'm gonna clip myself into this floor, have the bomb boost me down, and then I fall. So what happened there is what's called a void warp. I entered a loading zone at the same time that I fell far enough so that I would void out and the game would try to respawn me at the top of the tower. And so since I entered a loading zone and the respawn happened at the same time, it tried to respawn me at the top of the tower, but inside the castle in another room. So it loaded the wrong room, and then also set me at the coordinates of the top of the castle, which is way above the room. And I missed the kiss. The run is over.
God dang.
Reset now.
Schedule just fell behind 5 hours.
Dang. So, I got teleported to way above a certain room, and then I was able to jump into an unloaded section of another room, exit a loading zone from there, and then enter basically the bottom of the castle, and just skip the entire thing, which is about 2 minutes. 2 minutes saved, I should say.
Save your game? Question mark.
I actually already did save, but I might as well just save again in case, because I'm always forgetful like that. I guess I can do an item check too, just to make sure everything works, or everything is there. Alright, item check. Everything here. All my sculptulas, all my sculptulas, all my items. All the equipment. I didn't save. Okay, there we go.
And with that, the glitch demonstration has been met.
Nice. So I did a jump slash into this cutscene so that my power crouch stab. I never explained power crouch stab in this one, did I? Okay, I should explain that. Like 5 hours late. Whenever you do a crouch stab, when you hold R and then do a stab with a sword or sword-like item like Deku Stick or Hammer, it does the power of the last attack you used. So I just jump slashed into the cutscene to use it as my stored power. And then I'm gonna use the hammer power crouch stab to hit Ganon. And during the first phase of Ganon, the sword actually does extra damage, or actually not extra damage, but normally in this fight, every item is reduced to 1 power, so you always have to hit him 10 times. The exception is Master Sword and Deku Stick, which were not reduced in power because you normally can't use them in this fight anyway, or this part of the fight. So Master Sword and Deku Stick both actually have regular power, which is a jump slash with both of them is 4. So, and he only has 10 HP in the first phase, so I can get him down in 3 hits instead of 10, which saves quite a bit of time. And now that I have the Master Sword back, time for the last few hits.
Don't freeze your game.
I'll try. No. I'm gonna Molotov. Wow, I can't hit Ganon. Whatever. I don't do ISG there because of how much lag there is. First of all, the lag makes it harder to get ISG in the first place. And then also, since the ISG is going to be hitting Ganon a lot more, it's going to cause a lot of lag from those hit sparks. Hello? Stop the timer, dude. Okay. 4:56:48.
Nice job.
Considering the cow in the house and some of the things that happen, that's not bad at all. The record for this category is 4:47:03, held by me, a Japanese runner. So that was a pretty decent run. So I have both Zelda's Birthday and the glitch demonstration to do, right?
That is correct, and the cow, I guess.
Yes.
Oh yeah, show off the cow. That's what we gotta do first. We gotta
Guess
go meet
cow,
the cow.
then glitches, then the heck, yeah. I'm gonna jump out and for a little bit try to get the next streamer ready, so
Alright.
I'll be back before you're done, I hope.
So interesting thing about playing warp songs in Ganon's castle, if you play it in the area with the trials, it won't allow you to warp, but if you play it in the tower past the barrier, you can warp. I'm not quite sure why. It seems kind of dumb to me, but it works like that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why they picked the areas they did to not allow you to warp. It's like really random areas. Baru's training ground and Danbe's grave and that area with the trials.
Yeah. It was strange. This is not the glitch demonstration yet. This is just going to meet the cow. I'll do the glitch demonstration immediately after this.
So we've got $15 from David Mech. Teach me how to Zelda.
And here he is. Here's the cow. And if you play Epona's song for the cow, he's gonna give you some milk. Alright, you can't even see the milk. Oh yeah. I actually want to see if I can do one thing real quick. There's a weird Link animation I can do. This is it. I like showing that off. If you press Z in the middle of one of Link's animations where he's like checking his tunic, he like does this really weird breaking his back thing. It goes by in like 3 or 4 frames, so it's hard to notice without pause buffering, but hope you guys saw that. Alright, so I'll set up for the glitch demonstration right now. I actually have to get on emulator to do this, so just give me a minute.
So while he does that, I just want to remind everybody that we're raising money for Doctors Without Borders. There are far too many people who don't have access to proper medical treatment who desperately need it. Doctors Without Borders provides independent, impartial assistance in more than 60 countries to people whose survival is threatened by violence, neglect, or catastrophe, primarily due to armed conflict, epidemics, malnutrition, exclusion from healthcare, or natural disasters. I've just refreshed twice now, and it looks like we have just over $4,400 raised this marathon.
Nice.
I've returned. So, ZFG, are you going to actually be restreaming Cozy?
I'm not sure if there's no other restreamer I can do it, but I'm not sure.
I don't think there are.
No, I guess I can. Hold on, let me try to get this up. Alright, here's my cheating emulator. Alright, sorry if it's a little off-centered, but whatever. Okay, so the first glitch I want to show off, I need to switch controllers. Okay, so I talked a little bit earlier about the reverse bottle adventure glitch, where you get a bottle on your B button, and then depending on what you catch on your C right button, or what is on your C right button, when you catch something in your B bottle, you will get different items. So specifically for this, I had a bottle on B, I caught a fish, no, I caught bugs on my B button, and I had Kajiro on C right. And when you do this, it can modify certain memory addresses. Specifically, it modified the bomb bag and quiver. I can't actually select quiver right now because of a glitch, but you see in my quiver slot, there's a bomb bag, not a quiver. That's actually the 30 bomb bag, and the game reads a 30 bomb bag as a 20 arrow quiver, and the 20 arrow quiver is actually smaller than the normal minimum quiver you can have. It's normally 30. So right now I actually have a glitched quiver. So since I have so few arrows I can hold, 20 is so low, I want to get a bigger quiver. So I'm going to play this archery game to win a new quiver. Alright, so he says, congratulations, here's a fantastic prize, but he gives me nothing. I'm just sitting here. But for some reason my A button says grab, so I'm going to try grabbing something. And so, this is what happens. He has no legs. That's right. And now he's staring at you. This is what this guy looks like close up. Very attractive man, I know. Alright, let's show off another one.
His lips are bigger than the lips in the restream mumble thing.
Oh man, so big. Alright, so this is a similar glitch. This is also a file with a glitched quiver. So, since the archery guy is not going to give me a bigger quiver, let's see if the Gerudo lady will give me a bigger quiver. Alright, so you only need 1,500 points for the quiver, so I won the quiver, right? So she tells you, alright, have this quiver take care of it, alright? Same thing, nothing happens. She just won't give me anything. But this time my A button says open. So I'm going to press A. And I'm opening a chest. It's invisible. It's behind her ass. And I get the spooky mask. But wait, my A button still says open. So I'm going to open it again. And it's another spooky mask. This time I'm going to get really far away. And press A again. And open it halfway underground. And get another spooky mask. Now I'm going to try doing it on this seam. And now I'm opening it in midair. And I get another spooky mask. And this is a real spooky mask, guys. I can't equip it right now because I'm adult, but it's real. If you go to child, it just acts as normal. It just acts like normal. And I'm going to show off one more thing. This wasn't originally intended, but I actually just hadn't had the idea of showing this off like after. I was going to show this off during the run and I just forgot. So this is a common known Easter egg that this Gerudo guard will switch the color of her clothes depending on your tunic. So a lot of people probably know this. If you don't know that, alright, you learned something new. But her clothes also change color for something different, like this. Her clothes change color depending on the color of the bomb. Yeah, so that's interesting. Those pants are da bomb. Dang. Dat pun. Alright, so I think I still have to show off Zelda's birthday. So let me get that set up real quick. So one last thing. Where is it? Do I not have it? Oh, here it is. Alright, so before I start, for those who don't know what this is, Zelda's Birthday is an Ocarina of Time ROM hack. It takes place, I think it's a few months after Ocarina of Time. The story goes, it's Zelda's birthday, and you want to get her. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. So it's Zelda's birthday, and you want to get Zelda a present. And so do Milan, Saria, and Ruto. So they all try to get Zelda a present, but their presents are stolen by Keese. And so you have to go retrieve their presents. And then once you get all the presents, you will get an invitation to Zelda's birthday. And you can go to the birthday party with Milan, Saria, and Ruto. So we're going to go to the birthday party. But we need a file name for this. What's the... Can anyone check like the second best file name or something? Or maybe I'll just make one up. What does the chat want a file name for?
The second highest for OOT is Franker Z.
Ah, that's a good one. I was going to choose that anyway.
Perfect.
Alright.
Franker Z, Franker Z, Franker Z, Franker Z.
So I gotta actually start the timer for this, I guess. Alright, here goes Zelda's birthday. So, I told you guys, the regular storyline of this is you gotta go get all the presents for Zelda, but I'm not gonna do that. There is a few things you can do to pretty horribly break this game, or this ROM. This ROM hack is kind of, I don't want to say it's poorly made. It has a few design flaws though that kind of ruin a lot of stuff. Although it's kind of short. It is a fun ROM hack though. If you guys want to Google it, obviously I can't say how to get it, but if anyone is interested in this, Google is your friend. So, the first thing changed is that you start in Kakariko Village as your hometown, not Kakiri Forest. And there's a Deku Stick in that box, so I got that Deku Stick. And that Deku Stick is going to be the most important item of the run. So, I did the Kakariko Village escape. So we're out of here. And Hyrule Field lags a lot because in this ROM hack, enemies are thrown around everywhere. Like, this area is just full of Tektites and Wizzlefoes and Pose, so there's tons of lag. So normally the first dungeon you have to go to is in Lost Woods, and you get the boomerang in there. The boomerang is one of the presents, and you normally use the boomerang to hit that switch to enter the Hyrule Castle Market. But I have a sequence break. So I'm going to get up here and jump slash the wall. And this is getting into the market early. So now I'm in the market. And what normally leads to Hyrule Castle in regular Ocarina of Time, this is the Hyrule Castle ruins in this game. So this is obviously based off of the adult section of this map. So normally to get to the other side of these bars, wow, I fell. Normally to get to the other side of these bars, you have to kill some keys that with the slingshot that you get in the second dungeon. So these bars right here is what stops you from skipping the second dungeon. And there I just skipped the second dungeon. And now here is a cuckoo. Normally you take this cuckoo and you fly into... You know what, I'm going to make a save state just so I can show this off. Just because this is kind of cool. This is actually something I like a lot about this ROM hack. Is how you get to the third dungeon and what's in the third dungeon. And there's a stupid slope there. Hold on. So you take this cuckoo and you just fly to the center of the lava. And the entrance to the third dungeon is right here. It's the magma earth. So this is the third dungeon. It's bottom of the well, but it's remade to be a fire dungeon. And I'm not going to show off all of it, but I think it's pretty neat. In fact, I can't show off all of it. I can't even beat it with no items. But I think this is pretty cool. If anyone is interested in this ROM hack, I think this is probably this is a really good design dungeon in this ROM hack. But anyway, back to actually beating the game. So the developer of this ROM hack tried to block off the fairy fountain by using 2 things to block it off instead of 1. I'm not sure why. But basically, you can squeeze between those and get into the fairy fountain. But when you leave the fairy fountain, the exit was never changed to be that the Ganon's castle ruins. So you enter the fairy fountain from the Ganon's castle ruins and exit to Hyrule Castle. And that's just because of not changing some of the exit values. And then here is the end of the game. Going in this door. Done. Stop the timer, please. And this is Zelda's birthday party.
Cool game.
Spoilers. Everyone's here. Except Saria. I don't know why Saria's not there. Saria was uninvited. So that is the ROM hack of Zelda's birthday. If you want to check it out, go to google.com because that stuff is bad. But yeah, that is that game.
Good stuff.
Alright, so I guess Seasons is up next, correct?
Yeah, so it's on CSRC. So I guess he's streaming all the audio. So he's streaming his game, he's streaming the mumble, and he's streaming his voice. So I guess you just need to have it open and stream the sound from the stream.
So just mute my own mic.
Yeah, mute your own mic, and I guess you also have to deafen mumble.
Alright. So I won't be able to listen to mumble?
You can listen through the stream, right? Because
yeah,
it'll still have, yeah.
But I'll have to just type in the chat, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I had to do for earlier.
Alright, let me get this set up. Just a second.
Church, are you gonna continue reading donations?
Yeah, I've just been waiting for a little break, but he kept talking through the entire game. I mean,
Yeah.
that's no problem, but...
Okay, well, I was just wondering so I could take you into the stream. So, I guess Runner Guy, are you gonna come with?
No, I'm probably gonna
Okay,
head
that's
out
what I figured.
now.